Okay, we're starting in just a moment. Okay, so we're back with the development of the Formian Dungeon in the Underdark, streaming on both the official Arelith Discord and on Twitch. This time I'm following both of the chats. If anyone has any questions, patrons, if they want to, can just leap in and ask via voice. Everyone else and patrons that don't want to speak can use the Development General channel on the Arelith official Discord or the Twitch. I've got both open, so that should be fine. A few introductions then. Um, I'm Irongron, the creative lead of Arelith. I also make most of the areas. We started this earlier this week, streaming toolset work. It's been quite popular so far. I'm not sure if it'll remain so. I'm just working on a dungeon in the Underdark, but in the future I do plan on doing streams that are tuitions on how to use the toolset starting at the very beginning. We'll be recording this on Twitch, so you can always watch it later on the Lord Irongron channel. It will eventually be moved over to the official Arelith channel. Anything else to say on that subject? I guess we've got a YouTube channel. Again, I don't use it. It will end up there as well. We've currently got viewers on both of the stream channels. If you have any questions about the toolset or Arelith in general, then absolutely go ahead and ask them, or any comments on what I'm doing. I'll narrate what I'm doing if it's in any way interesting, unless of course there's some discussion going on. I'm hoping other staff members will be able to join us and answer questions as they come in and just chat about Arelith. Of course, I understand anyone not having an interest in this. Toolset work is generally dull, and Sunday evening, as it is for me, is also the peak play time for the server itself. So, yeah, I understand people wanting to be in game. So let me just quickly introduce what I'm doing here. So this is a Formian dungeon. I did share a video previously on Formians, but I'm sure you can find that all yourselves. This dungeon is going to be near the trade post, which I'm planning to expand in the Underdark. It is a large 7 area dungeon, which makes it very large by Arelith standards. Formians fit well as an enemy in the Underdark. They psychically dominate slaves effectively, putting them on a par with the Illithids. They're lawful neutral, basically very alien. So it's good to have some non-evil aligned dungeons there. This dungeon will enter the opening. It will connect to the existing Underdark here. This is just above the great stairwell. And the entrance to the dungeon, you can see it just over here where I'm highlighting. You can see I've reworked this area if you're familiar with it. Put some rock structures over here with a climbing spot going up to where we'll have a discreetly hidden new quarter here. It's not that isolated when you consider the transition at the other end of this map goes straight through to the trade post. Another area I've expanded is this area, the meld in the Forest of Spores. This connects the Forest of Spores just outside Brigendenstein to the trade post. I'll be improving the creatures here. This area is actually quite a lot larger now. And I've used the multi-level effect, which was added by Zvercules. I'll talk about the tile sets that I'm using because this is a good opportunity to. This is the standard Neverwinter Nights mines and caverns, but using the expansion to it by Zvercules, it allows you to raise and lower terrain as well as adding various new tiles and features and something of a reskin. I'll give you an example here. Zoom in, you should be able to see a little cliff face there. If you're in game, someone could be up there and there's no easy way to reach them. It makes for good climbing shortcuts, but also ambush spots. The Formian Dungeon itself starts in this area. These are the excavation tunnels. The quests for the characters will talk about how the Formians' extensive tunneling is causing instability to this region of the Underdark. They're not creatures the powers of Brigendenstein or Andenor can expect to eradicate, but adventurers going in here and causing trouble might slow down their work. One thing I like about this Zvercules tile set here is, this multi-level thing. You can see that you end up climbing as you go down these tunnels. That isn't the case in the default version. Every resource you see me using, or almost every resource, can be downloaded from the Neverwinter Night Vault. The link is on the home page. The other tile set I'm using, I'm sorry, I'd meant to check the Neverwinter Night Vault to credit the maker. I'll try to do that later, or someone else can. Is the Versatile Dungeon and the Classic Dungeon, both also available on the Neverwinter Nights Vault. Formians are civilized creatures, building quite complex structures, so once characters have passed through that area I just showed you, they will eventually fight their way to the gates of the citadel. Not exactly sure what I'm going to call it yet, which is here, until finally entering the first area of the proper dungeon, which is just opening now. This is the Versatile Dungeon, I believe, nice high ceilings. And then going through to the inner areas where the Mayan March are, the highest caste before characters reach the Queen, and this is using the Classic Dungeon. These are both nice tile sets, but they also make a pleasant change. Arelith was developed over the last 15-20 years using until relatively recently, just the default tile sets in Neverwinter Nights. So veteran players got used to visiting similar looking areas again and again. So it's quite a lot of fun to have these areas that use tile sets as yet unfamiliar. As I say, both of these are available on the Vault. I've already sketched out all the areas in how and connected them. The stage I'm at now is actually dressing them, which I've been doing here. The way I tend to work is I make and connect all the areas, then I go through doing all the placeable work, adding in traps at the same time, doors, locks, etc., before finally going and doing all the lighting and area settings. So if you're catching up with this stream from before, you'll know that I'm at the placeable stage on this area, and yeah, it's a long process. I've actually been doing a little bit of work on this area outside of the stream, so you might see it's a bit more dressed than it was. With a disused camp over here. Inside there's a skeleton on a bed. You can walk in here. There's some treasure in there. Pit up here. The area hasn't been lit yet, so we'll see about that. And all these little yellow arrows you see are waypoints used for climbing spots. Now what I tend to do when working on areas, everyone works their own way, is I go through the custom palette selecting what placeables I think fit to the area, the kind of thing I'd like to use, and I lay them all down together just in a cluster as I have here, so I can just copy and paste and relocate them repeatedly throughout the area. It just saves me having to navigate the palette all the time, because these lists can get pretty long, and as you can see, if you open them, it very soon gets very difficult to find your way around. So that's how I work. Different people work other ways. So no questions as of yet on either of the channels, so I'm just going to get on and work. If anyone in staff or patron does want to join as a voice in voice chat, then please introduce yourself when you do. I will try not to ramble, which is obviously tempting when when I know people are listening. I'll only really narrate the most important things that I'm doing. I have nearly finished the placeables in this area, so if you've been watching this before, you'll be probably very tired of watching me make climbing spots and adding mushrooms and dead bodies. In this area, characters will likely encounter a lot of Formian workers. Now, if you've watched the video or shared, I know a bit about the lore. Formian workers are at the very bottom. They're not concerned with intruders and will likely ignore them, leaving them for soldiers to deal with. We're going to emulate that on Arelith by having them use similar scripts to docile animals, meaning they will ignore characters unless they start getting too close, in which case they will attack. Possibly, unless it ends up bugging out with Formians fighting each other, in which case I'd leave them entirely neutral, so they will just fully ignore characters, in which case characters can just attack them anyway when they would defend themselves. There's not really much dressing required in an area like this. You're going to have the characters just sort of running through. And one thing I'm just trying to repeat is to have lots of holes, because the idea is that they are tunneling here. I did add some pit traps to a recent dungeon. I could do the same here, but I'm kind of cautious too. There is going to be another area adjoining this collapsed pits to get across the fact that they are causing instability, but those kind of traps can be problematic for parties If one character fails, then they end up alone in a different area, and if people are coming online to, to play together, being separated isn't necessarily entirely fun. So just quickly mention a bug that I just encountered that you won't have seen. When opening properties, particularly when you have areas open on different tabs, as you saw me do with this hole, sometimes it won't actually pop up. It should, but it doesn't. When that happens, if you click anywhere on the screen, you'll get like an error noise. What you need to do is just go down into your taskbar. You can't see it here because I'm on a second monitor, but click on the tool set and then suddenly the property box will appear. Or you can Alt-Tab your way through to it. If you're resizing a placeable and copying and pasting it, keep in mind it won't keep the resize, it will revert back to its original size. And remember, you can only resize objects that aren't static. Remember to make them plot as well if you don't want them to be destroyed. Let me open the properties on this, check if I've done that. It's a bit strange if characters can destroy holes. So there you can see I opened the properties, but it didn't come up. I click on the screen, I get that ping. So I'm navigating to the tool set on the taskbar, click on it, and there it comes up. Yeah, I did make it plot, so all is good. Obviously the Mines and Caverns toolset is repeated a great deal in the Underdark. If you really want to make it appear fresh or give it a sense of identity, repeating similar placeables rather than just laying everything down that you have. I'm using a lot of these grey crystals here, a particular type of mushroom, just to give the region its own feel, which I will also do with lighting. One thing I did in Arelith's Underdark is I put crystals like this and had them spring sonic traps if you get too close, but yeah, you have to be careful with traps, frankly. Too many of them, it's not a good thing. Also, as I've said, resources on Arelith, we have lots of fauna and mineral resources that are used in crafting. I don't add these in the tool set. They all go in on the DM client once an area is live. Treasure gets placed in the tool set, but resources not. Some of them will use a system where they will automatically change every several hours. See here, when I lower the Z axis on an object and embed it in the floor, like that, it will no longer interfere with the walk mesh and monsters and characters will be able to walk through it. There's a few reasons to do that. One is that pathfinding is a significant performance problem. Another is just logic. If you're putting down something that's knee high, it stands to reason that characters can walk through it or at least over it. Whereas the default Neverwinter Nights will have characters blocked by low walls, by a number of sort of really quite small objects. And that's really because it is effectively a two-dimensional game, which is a bit of a shame. Speaking of two-dimensional, we have a climbing skill on Arelith, allowing the illusion of that being overcome, I recently changed the climbing system that we use, and I know it's frustrating to players that we have a few in place. There should only now be two. The others will all be phased out. One is what you see me doing here, these climbing spots where you click on it and it gives you an idea, or it gives you feedback telling you how difficult it is and how potentially dangerous. These are obviously two different things. A climb could be very hard, but it could also involve only a minor fall. Equally, an easy climb could involve a potentially fatal fall. When characters click on it, there is a short delay before they appear at the other end or fall to the ground at the other end and take the specified damage. That will be one climb system. The other is where you use your rope to create a visible, um, what would be the best word, like a tightrope between 2 points that characters can then cross normally. That one's much more difficult to set up, and I'll be unlikely to be using it here. If you are placing down something like this, and something that can be interacted with, check the walk mesh, make sure characters can reach it. If it's off the side of the walk mesh, as this is, they'll click on it, but they won't reach it. So sometimes it can be hard to see where the walk mesh is. If you're unsure, go up to environment, render AABB nodes. There you can see it. I'm not going to talk through how this is set up. If you're interested, you can look at it. Oh, one other important point I should have mentioned at the introduction. The Arelith engine can be downloaded also on the Neverwinter Nights Vault. It's a bit out of date, but it kind of has to be because the latest one uses a lot of hacks and functions that require the database. But most of the things you'll see me do can be done on there to make your own module. So anyone really interested in designing their own areas or even their own server can use that. It's very, how can I say, very badly explained. I mean, there's not a lot of notation, so it can be a bit of a struggle to get used to it. But if you're watching me work, then it's a good go-to point. So just actually cancel that, start again. So this is going to be a relatively easy climb. So if you fail a climb, then you end up at the bottom anyway. You just take the damage. If you're at the bottom and you fail, then yeah, you can't proceed. If someone's climbing down, then I tend to have them, a rope helps. That means when another member of your party uses a rope on you, effectively tying them together, it will then make the climb much easier. If you're going up, that's often not the case. So because they're climbing down, both the success and fail waypoint will be the same. As I said in the other streams, even if you fail the climb, you still end up at the bottom. I can see that Red Ropes is watching. He might want to come online. He's perfectly welcome to and field any questions that come in. He's also making areas and just giving a great deal of lore feedback. He's a much greater expert on the Forgotten Realms than I am, and is an experienced player, so has been giving a lot of sort of valued content. One of my many weaknesses is that I don't play enough, and obviously it's only by playing the game that you really get the insight into what are the issues, what's working, what isn't, where things are needed. So it's good that we have players like him becoming developers and giving their input to myself and to other, yeah, developers. Another quick note on this climbing spot. This climbing spot, none of the climbing spots in this area are needed to proceed. That would kind of be bad design because then climb would become an essential skill. It really needs to be an optional extra. So they provide different routes to resources. Sometimes it might reveal a quarter or hidden roleplay area. Here, this climb is going straight down and there's no continued route. Now, as I said before, if you fail a climb, you end up at the bottom anyway. So let's consider a hypothetical scenario where a character with no climb points or very few attempts a very hard climb down and they fail and they end up at the bottom and there's no way to continue. Well, what happens to them then if they don't have a portal lens? They could try the climb back up, but if they fail this time, they end up back at the bottom, taking the damage over and over again. And so they can end up stuck at the bottom of a pit until they die of rest or thirst or hunger, which I'm sure some of our players find that quite amusing. It's something I avoid doing in starter areas. I've added some climb spots near our starter city of Cawdor, and I made the climb up a DC of 1, so they can always get back up. It's just about whether they get down or not. But this is more of a mid-level dungeon, so you know what? I'm going to let them suffer. If someone attempts this climb that isn't good enough at it, then they're going to risk taking the damage again and again to get back up. Here the success waypoint will take them to the top, but the fail waypoint will leave them at the bottom. I'll put a chest down here, or some object that they can see and will make them want to climb down. Because the bottom of the pit is visible, a resource wouldn't actually work because much as it doesn't make any sense, logical sense, a lot of resources can be gathered with ranged weapons or spells. And obviously that isn't very good because then there'd be no reason to bother with the climb. So in this particular case, I'm going to put probably an armor locker down here, I guess. And if anyone was watching me before, they've seen me set up so many of these climb spots. It is incredibly dull. But don't worry, I am nearly finished. I think that is the last one. There may be one other. The reason I'm going to put an armor locker down here is that we have different tiers of chests on Arelith, and you'll get different treasure in each of them, but you can still find some really useful things in the low-end chests. The same is less true of the weapon and armor chests. You don't get fantastic crafting components, and when I do see people farming chests, it tends to be the chest they're interested in. I already have a couple in this area, so in this case I want to put some armor, but I'm not going to put very good armor because that's going to come later in there. Later in the dungeon. Placeholder Trivio armor. And you can see all of this if you download the Arelith engine on the Neverwinter Nights file. I'll quickly explain to anyone that's interested. Um, how that works. Oh, I can see Red Rope saying he can't actually join via voice. I thought this was set up for other staff members to join with voice, so that's not ideal. So, okay, I'll quickly explain this. In visual effects, you will see placeholders for all your different treasure types here. Now, unlike a lot of, certainly I'm sure a lot of other servers, Arelith's treasure isn't generated on a database or even via code, it's generated via this area, the inventory area. Now, this is an area that even dungeon masters on Arelith are not allowed to access. It is just for myself and a select few others. It is a nightmare of inventory management. We'll ignore these two rooms at the top because these aren't on the module that can be downloaded from the Neverwinter Nights Vault. Now, these chests will control what loot is found. So for example, let me click on this chest over here. It's called Unique Treasure, and next to it, Treasure. You can go in game and you can fill this chest with objects. If someone opens a treasure chest, it will randomly select, I can't remember what it is in that old version of the engine, probably something like 1 to 4 objects that will then appear in that chest, and they will be filtered by gold piece value based upon whether you're putting down a low, medium or high treasure. There are also chests here for bookcases, for weaponry, for armor, and for every single type of creature. So we can see here goblinoid, monstrous, orc. GS limit. This is how many different objects you can put in there. That's like the total size of the pool. I believe it defaults to 100 in the online engine. On the live version of Arelith, we've expanded it to much, much more. So I don't want to give away too many of the secrets, but if you're interested in trying to make something, you're going to end up needing to use that area. It really saves having to make a database. So, just bear with me. I'm just going to try and navigate the settings on the voice channel here. See if I can make it work for staff. Unless Spire is available. In fact, I'll just see if he is. Spire's one of our admins, and he really handles a lot of back-end stuff, including setting up the Discord and things. Oh, I was typing him a message, but I can hear he's typing himself in the development channel here. So what I will be doing, just in case anyone hasn't realized, we have 2 different streaming areas here. As I say, Twitch and the Arelith official Discord. If I do ask a question, I will read it out first because I don't see so many viewers on Twitch, but some questions have come through there before, and this is being recorded, so not everyone is reading the same thing. So bear with me. Okay, I can hear you, but for some reason you're coming out of the wrong speaker. That's because of how I have Discord set up. So I need to quickly change the output device. Okay, if you speak now, I should be able to hear you.
Hello there.
Great, that's working.
All right.
So yeah, feel free to answer any questions or make any further
Definitely do that.
comments or make any further comments to things that I say.
Yeah. I really like that we're using Formians. They're kind of old school interplanar invaders that try to
Yeah,
turn everything into anthills.
yeah. I mean, I mentioned before that I made like more than 100 creatures as I made all these new spawn sets when I was doing Gul'Darand, and I wanted to give them all homes on the servers. And Formians are something that have been sitting there on Neverwinter Nights since the early days, but we've never properly used them. So what's also good is Formians have these winged warriors, which wasn't really possible before, but Backcountry uploaded a creature which is basically like a giant wasp. So I'm going to be able to add those in as well, which will be nice. So yeah, they're a pretty cool creature. Anyway, let me get back to where I was working. Obviously, one real limit we had over the years was the fact, without hacks we didn't have so many creatures, and even with hacks we don't have that many. Animating is one of the most difficult things for modders to do. Sometimes you see these incredible creatures people have made, but they don't have animations, or they have very poor animations. It's nothing I know anything about, but yeah.
Just look up gorillas on the Neverwinter Nights vault, and you can have yourself a good time with the animation rigging issues. It is sometimes even modeling. There's one where someone just took an ogre and made its head really big and then gave it kind of dark fur texture. And it's really funny.
Have you seen the elephants?
Hmm.
There are some.
Those are
You know, I don't want
I
to. I don't want to mock
I
people's work too much. I mean,
yeah,
this was
no,
done in
it's
the early days.
it's their attempt, but you know, it's it's a silver star. You tried.
I think, I mean, the Neverwinter Nights vault is amazing for
Yeah.
resources, and it's kind of surprising how little of it is nude models. Because if you've played any game where there is a modding community, certainly games like this, and you go to look at the mods, you have to generally scroll through a great map, a lot of adult content to get to anything that is that's normal. It's
Yeah.
really is sort of excessive nudity. I mean, all that exists on for Neverwinter Nights, but
I've always found like in general a lot of those people end up the ones that discover the potential limits of the thing, and it kind of trickles back to the not sexual orientated stuff. Like with Skyrim's modding community, a lot of the cool things there began elsewhere.
I have to admit that while I did buy like Skyrim and indeed second one Oblivion when it was on special offer, I've still not really played it. I I played Morrowind back in the day, and that sorry, that Morrowind's the second, so Oblivion the third, and
Fetcha.
Skyrim the fourth. Um, and interestingly, Morrowind came out the same year as Neverwinter Nights, and it was so far ahead of it. I mean,
Oh yeah.
when you look at the models and the whole three-dimensional thing, I mean, Neverwinter Nights in many respects was a really poor effort compared to what was happening with games at the time. But
Mhm.
the reason I never really bothered with those games is overall with the design, I didn't really find there to be any challenge. They seem to be designed for casual gamers, and the general idea is, and this stands for a lot of the new Fallout games, notwithstanding New Vegas, that they're just made to be completed. You play and you get better at everything until you can do everything perfectly. And that's not really what I play these games for, particularly if I'm making character building choices. I want it to open up different routes to play the game. I don't want to just keep doing things until I'm perfect at everything. For me, that just isn't fun. And yeah, I mean, this this is partially related to a change overall in gaming over the years, I think, as
Yeah.
it became less for kind of PC and computer enthusiasts and more mainstream. A lot of these games, yeah, they're not actually difficult. They just get progressively more difficult the longer you play, and you get progressively better. And it's really just made to take up your time rather than provide any real challenge. And that's what put me off Morrowind, and it's what kept me from playing, Oblivion and Skyrim to the end.
All Morrowind for me really was just being frustrated and dying a lot until I figured out that you could make a bunch of insane potions. Um, that a lot of those games were like kind of really inspired by D&D, and like Morrowind is the last Elder Scrolls where you have like failures. So like you have like rolling ones. You have chances to not hit things. So you'll be spending a lot of your time like not hitting anything. Uh I never I never really got into Oblivion because it was just god awful in terms of its atmosphere. Even the voice acting and stuff like that, it's kind of goofy. It didn't really bring me in. Skyrim, I don't think is actually a very challenging game, but it's fun to wander around. Like
Did,
if you're working on the dark spires and even like subterranean stuff,
didn't
it's
it
got
be
some stuff in there that might be kind of inspiring.
certainly more advanced? But you said it had bad voice acting. Oblivion didn't it have Patrick Stewart playing the king?
Well, they probably spent all of their budget to get him to do his like one line. He's just an NPC that's in the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think that's about as far as I got through the game. With Morrowind, the reason I
Yeah.
actually
Oh,
I never completed it, to be honest. But
you are the one from my dreams.
the main reason I didn't complete Morrowind is I got to the point where I could just fly anywhere, and I was so taken with this that I just pretty much abandoned all quests and just started flying randomly around the map, just looking everywhere. I was so, having been playing Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights, where you sort of your feet are glued to the floor,
Yeah.
you know.
I felt like Morrowind actually has like really good writing for a lot of its quests and like the guilds and things like that. You kind of have a purpose. They also do a really good job um establishing like lore and mythos in that one. Because one of the big writers at the time, Michael Kirkbride, did a lot of like the stuff, and he still has effects in the game, even though he was like let go by Bethesda. He's just sort of iconic to it.
I just checked the comments there. So Morrowind was the third, I'm told. That
Mm-hmm.
shows how much I know. Um, which Warden was pointing out.
Yeah,
Warden,
Daggerfall and Arena are they're kind of like a lot of those games. I don't know if you ever played the Ravenloft and Dark Sun games that were for PC.
you
I can't
know,
even.
it's a bit embarrassing, but I'm one of these people that I will watch videos of games when I don't have time to play them. So I was quite intrigued many years later that the fact there was a Dark Sun game, but I wasn't in the mood to do some retro gaming. So I
Oh,
spent like,
they're kind of awful games. Like they're just games that they were good then, but they are not good now. But they're kind of cool. But that's sort of where like the Elder Scrolls began. It's like one of those sort of things. I think the first Elder Scrolls I ended up playing in school. It was for whatever reason in our like infotech. classes, like on one of our computers. It was
Sorry,
Arena
you played computer games in your classes as part of the class?
to learn how to use computers when computers were new.
Yeah, yeah. I had the same thing, but they didn't get to play
Eh,
games. We just,
we get to play them as like a an award, I guess. You get to a certain point, and then boop.
I'm just adding another climb spot. I thought I didn't have to, but it seems I do. Red Ropes, if you want to look at the Discord chat and reply to anything there, just keep in mind that people on Twitch can't see what's being asked there. So if you are answering or replying to something that somebody's typing, say
Yeah,
who they are, what their question was, and then answer.
yeah. I got both of the things open. Anyone has any questions about Arelith or anything like that, or
Well,
just pop them out there. I'll,
if we stop talking about Morrowind, I mean that's about those
What's your question,
Bethesda
Cirilla?
games.
I'm actually copying down some of that information you have there with climb checks, so I can remember how to do those. Screen grabbed.
We will be saving all of these videos on the YouTube account, so I think after a few months we're going to have just endless hours of me talking while doing these dull tasks, and should be pretty easy to pick
Uh,
up.
okay, so Cirilla has the question of when, if it's possible, will kobolds and other beast races get more diverse models?
Well, it's only been quite recently that we have had modelers at all, because we were one of the very last servers to use hack content. Because before Niv, who works for Beamdog, created the NW sync, if you played on a hack server, you had to navigate to their website and download all of their stuff, and I never really wanted to do that, and certainly the previous owners of Arelith didn't. But then it became an option, as modern players will know. It will just automatically do it, which has been an absolute godsend. But it's only since then that we've had staff members coming forward that can do modeling. But when it comes to actually doing dynamic models, that becomes very hard. Now, I'm sure some people have seen on the Vault there are dynamic kobolds, but they're not really. I believe is it they're halflings, just with kobold
They
heads, but
they use a lot of those things, except for the null one. They use like a semi-dynamic, or they use a when you put clothes on, you get like a halfling body.
yeah,
So it's
which
not actually modeled around a
which
kobold's
there's a
body.
couple of reasons that I really don't want that, which is
Yeah.
why I've rejected those in the past. I'll just explain what they are before you continue. First of all, they shouldn't look the same. It's just bad if kobolds suddenly look like halflings. Um, and if they look the same, then they can pop a helmet on and start wandering around Bendir Dale pretending to be a halfling in the halfling settlement, and that would absolutely happen. So, the bodies really need to look different. The other reason I don't like it, particularly with kobolds, is we have this constant problem of people playing cute kobolds. And if we introduce clothing, they're going to get even cuter. They just are. We're going to see kobolds in dresses making eyes at people in Andonor's hub. I mean, call me a cynic. I guess I am in that respect. But oh no, I really, as soon as I see a kobold wandering around in a frilly dress, I will be taking that, taking those dynamic kobolds back again. I would be deactivating that
It's
very
very
quickly.
similar. Like the dynamic knoll, I think is pretty neat. But the one thing I don't like about it is the skin tone and the color thing allows you to change your fur, and like gnolls look like hyenas, so everyone is probably going to make themselves like hot pink and white and all kinds of weird things. I don't know.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't, we've changed the goblin models where people can select a number of different models. I wouldn't mind doing that. I wouldn't mind having some of these models improved. I mean, I have asked a modeler um, some time ago. I don't know if they ever followed it up, but to make a number of different kobold models. So one that looks like a kind of sapper, another one that's got sort of more armor and weaponry, to basically take the model and give them lots of different themes, and then allow the player character to scroll through like 25 different options of their kobold model. So rather than having them play dress up, give them the ability to, yeah, sort of look really different in their theme. I'd really love to see that. I think
Yeah.
because some you look at some of the Kobold artwork, the D&D artwork, and it's great. You know, we could have some we could have some great looking kobolds if we did that.
Yeah. I think like in the possibility zone, like even something if like semi-dynamic, being able to include more pieces but not totalistically, like maybe not being able to cover the legs or anything like that, but being able to wear a chest piece might not look as goofy.
If it changes the chest to a halfling chest, I suspect it probably
Yeah.
will still look really goofy. I mean, it's not great currently that they all look like
Yeah.
clones. I know.
I think the only races though that I like I kind of wish there was like more for, and this is not it for any green fetishism, but uh goblins and hobgoblins not having the female counterparts to kind of like make them distinct, which they do look different. Uh, they're in that humanoid category. I always think is kind of weird because you'll just see like like the hobgoblin models in game and even in the base Neverwinter Nights are like that's a male goblin. So I
Well,
don't
I
know.
think that's partially because I suspect that Neverwinter Nights was made almost exclusively by men.
Oh yeah.
You know, certainly you look at the female models, you know, I can't stand the stance of the
Oh yeah.
female
No.
models. You know,
I think it's also
they,
because they're meant to die. Like you're meant to kill them. I don't think they
yeah.
ever intended for people to play them. I guess in the when they were making them.
Oh, the monsters, you mean? Sorry,
Yeah.
I was thinking you meant the women. I was thinking that's a bit
Yeah. No. No.
extreme.
No. 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 I mean
They weren't that misogynist, I hope.
the the
No.
hip the hip swish is infamous in this game. I respect women. Let's put that on note.
Yeah, yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't talking about you. It sounded like, you know, the early developers of the game might have just seen all of the women in the game as victims, which, you know, obviously isn't true because we have Arabeth
Yeah.
being the sort of protagonist. But yeah, the hip swish, the shimmy, it's not great. I wouldn't mind seeing those animations changed. I can see pants are useless on the Discord. Discord is saying the Arabeth armor has jiggle still, the dangly mesh.
Yeah.
That is true.
It did get severely reduced.
Did it?
Yeah. Whoever put it in, I think there was a conversation in the dev chat where we were talking about some of the things had too much jiggle,
Ah,
and we
yes, I
actually
remember
reduced the
now.
jiggle.
Yeah, that was when I changed one of our staff channels to be called XXX Boob Talk because every time I was going into the art channel, people seemed to be discussing breasts. So I changed it
Hello,
to all caps. Uh,
this is the Grumpy Cat, and I appear to have joined at just the right moment.
yeah.
Hello.
Hi,
Hey there.
Grumpy.
I just wanted to mention another issue because you brought up the idea of giving the kobolds just tops of different appearances, clothing appearances. Given that kobolds are lizards and well, the female tops have assets that perhaps female kobolds would not possess, shall we
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
I
No,
think
I
that's
get
a
you.
gentle way of putting it.
Oh, that's absolutely true. I didn't consider that at all.
We would have
Hmm.
lizard booba.
It was me being all professional and gentle about it, and you say that. Wonderful.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't. I never. That really never occurred to me. That's quite interesting.
Like
Okay.
I don't want to see sexual dimorphism with gnolls. So I guess that's also a dark moment. I don't want to see that.
Well, it's worse for the DMs. They have to actually deal with it when these things come up. Let's say I had my reasons for changing it to a reward race.
To be
Uh,
fair, it doesn't come up as often as it might, I'm happy to say.
other questions that came up around the kobold thing. How often do you guys use tile magic, and have you ever expanded the available tiles? And that's pants are useless.
Yes, we do use tile magic. You'll find that there's so many different types of tile magic done by different developers. But if you are working with our tool set, and even if you download it from the Neverwinter Nights vault, you'll find tile magic here. You can see tile magic. I can click on it, and there we can see the tile magic that they've done. Tile magic, for those that don't know, will change the texture of tiles, or sometimes, in this case, you can see it adds a caravan on grass or lava. There's a couple of reasons why this is less necessary now. First of all, Beamdog introduced a function where you can retexture entire tile sets on the live module. Now, this has caused some crashing issues, but we got to the root of this, or at least partially, and realized, we can do this, but we can only do it sort of one texture in a particular area, and this has allowed us to create to use the fort tile set in the Underdark and use Underdark textures. So for instance, with that function, you could change what you're looking at here on the screen to all be ice by just changing all of the textures. It's a scripted function, so you'd have to do research that I can't explain here, but that makes tile magic less necessary. The other reason tile magic is less necessary is we have floor coverings. And some of these will be, as you can see here, large tiles. I could put down rocks or grass. There's a bit of hiss. Grumpy, I think it's possibly your microphone. Um,
I'm very sorry.
I'm not, I'm
Um,
not gonna fire you. I just can see that you've got
He laughs, saying, I'm not gonna fire you."
again.
Ominous music.
What I'd
I,
suggest, because it's lovely having you in the chat, and I think a lot of people watching might have DM related questions, but I would suggest muting your microphone when you're not speaking, and then only unmuting it when you're speaking, and then the hiss
done.
wouldn't be there.
You can also do push
Very
the
good
talk.
idea. I'll do that. Yeah, but that sounds complex. Uh, no, I will. I will definitely do that. You give me too much credit for these things. I will mute my mic for now. Very sorry about the hissing.
Oh, I
I
I
also
mean,
have a cup of tea, so
I've got
that
I've
is
got
why.
tea. It's going cold. I've been talking too much,
Oh no.
but when you have
Oh no.
when you have input, please jump in, or just anything to say, because it's nice to have a DM on the chat, especially our head DM. I think that's going to interest a
Golly,
lot of
I'm
people.
I'm not head DM. Titania's head DM. I'm just
Sorry,
like
admin,
community
ex-head DM,
manager. I'm not.
admin. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that will do. That will do. Yes, Titania's far better at DM stuff than I am. I mostly stand behind on a chair and scream helplessly while players destroy my events.
You were head
But for
DM
now, I
for a
will mute
while, I
and
believe.
join in.
Um, we have a question from Potad about cleric stuff up there, which I can answer some questions about cleric development, depending on what the question is. As I'm Kenji's helper with the mechanical stuff, but I've been helping with like kind of idea storming and kind of putting spells out there.
Just while you answer that, just before you answer it, rather, my tool set has really slowed down now. I did some troubleshooting the other day and realized the responsible program, what causes me problems when the tool set slows down like this is Discord. So the stream on Discord, it will continue on Twitch, but the stream on Discord is just going to stop momentarily as I control or delete my way out of Discord and restart it, and then I start the stream again, and everything should be fine. But the voice channel will still be there for you to answer the question. So if you're wondering why the stream vanishes in a moment on Discord, that's why.
We also have someone in the Twitch called Yukataya or something like that. I think it's Finnish. And they're asking some things about workflow. Yukataya, if you're still watching out there, that's basically characters are stored in vaults that are on a server somewhere. And I don't think that I don't think it affects too much. As to to kind of give you that dimorphism between a caster and a cleric that may decide to fight, which are kind of two archetypes with that class. The spell selection will be the same, and the mechanics largely will be the same, except the one that's more of a caster will have less sort of options in terms of fighting. You'll have to rely on summons and other people, basically. As to making clerics more popular again, I honestly don't know what you're talking about. They're clerics. They're always good.
You can always see the breakdown of who is playing what on our latest player count thread on the forum. So
That's true.
it's always someone says something isn't popular, there is a way to check that and see how many people are playing it.
Yeah.
I mean, Arelith is a roleplay server, and a lot of roleplay, faith is a huge deal in roleplay. In fact, many
Mhm.
people just default to it as their sort of go-to way to define their character, and clerics obviously have that going for them. This is it's a great roleplay class, even when it lacks mechanical power, which I don't think it does. I mean, I'm not a mechanics expert, far from it. This is why I have people on the team that are. But my experience with cleric is that it is an easy class to play. If you're looking to be strong and not needing to, really consider tactics too heavily or your build too heavily, cleric to me has always seemed like a it's a default Neverwinter Nights class, and I always find it quite easy, particularly for getting started, particularly at low level. If
Yeah.
you make a cleric, it's going to be
Old
useful.
reliable.
Yeah, yeah. Just to quickly say, some people on Discord lost the stream there and then had it come back. Um, if you stream the Neverwinter Nights tool set on Discord, it will almost immediately crash. It gives you the option to do it, but it doesn't work. So this is why I'm actually streaming an entire screen there. And as you saw, the toolset really started slowing down, and this happened to me a few times. At first, I thought it would be my virus checker, as that tends to be the problem when when things get very slow on the computer, but then soon discovered it was Discord, and if I shut Discord down entirely and restart it, then you can see the tool set's working fine again now. So if anyone is for any reason wanting to stream the tool set, this goes especially goes for people like yourself, Red Ropes, because you're an area developer. If you end up doing this when I'm not online and having that problem, then that's the issue. You know, Discord is not
Yeah.
happy about streaming.
I have a semi-potato computer for now, so sometimes it's just that. I don't really have the processing capacity on my current PC.
I could think of nothing worse than talking about PC hardware for the next half an hour. So,
It's time.
so, really,
But
really, let's not get into that.
but essentially, like, cleric stuff, I don't think they're gonna like wildly change. But when the cleric castery type path that sort of will replace the healer zone, it will have some features about it that will help with enabling that kind of play style. But I'm not gonna really discuss what those are because that's Kenji's baby, and I'm just there, kind of, he he needs diapers. I'll go get the diapers. I've mostly wrote all of the text for what you've already seen, and kind of given some, you know, here's how it kind of is in pen and paper, but I'm not really trying to replicate pen and paper. But how can we bring this theme to the game? Sort of situation. Let's see, was there other questions up here?
I really like all, just as an aside regarding clerics and just deities and demi powers, they kind of streamlined the fifth edition and killed a bunch of the gods after Spell Plague, which I wasn't happy with. I really like the extraordinary amount of powers in the third edition. It gives it
I
kind
mean,
of
like, yeah, by that point, it built up. I like I like a lot of that stuff as well. The way that they handled, it's not that they like killed them, but it has more to do with, I think, like, their writing and the reasons why they did it. Because it was like, that's when it gets acquired by Hasbro, and originally, like, Forgotten Realms was not going to be the core setting, because previously it was like Greyhawk, but nobody was really playing Greyhawk anymore. So it was sort of like the generic, and they tried to make their own original setting, and no one liked it at all. I think it was called like Mentir Vale or something, and they ended up, because Forgotten Realms was the one that was like more popular, and it was like one of the things that was in like the zeitgeist. They sort of defaulted to it, but you know, capitalist individuals wanting to make a product that will sell a bunch of things, just like TSR before it, and all that fun stuff. They just wanted to simplify it for people, as we'll call it, and putting things that play tested well from their old stuff into it.
See, I very much have a background in pen and paper role playing, and I was never at all keen on Dungeons and Dragons, other than the sort of, other than I guess earlier editions, because a lot of the other role playing games, they're made by enthusiasts. They don't have that corporate aspect. They are about world building and people that are just into trying to create what they think the perfect system is. And I feel that in the last 10 or 15 years, if there was a war of role playing games, Dungeons and Dragons has well and truly won. A lot of the other fantasy games are just so niche now, and people
Mm-hmm.
that are into role playing are, into fantasy role play. They're looking at Dungeons and Dragons on the back of things like Critical Role and Stranger Things, and there was a time when Dungeons and Dragons was seen as being the kind of unfashionable grandfather of a lot of these games, but then it had this huge resurgence, and now it is, yeah, it's
Hipsters.
synonymous with fantasy roleplay, and it's sorry, I have to
It's no longer
laugh
nerd
at that.
stuff.
It's pretty mainstream,
It's just common. Yeah, it's
and
mainstream.
one thing that Arelith is popular. I mean, we're a big server. We've got 2,000 regular players, and for something for what we are, that's a lot. But it's not a nice feeling to think that we're all effectively pushing a Hasbro product. You know that that's not that I've got anything against Hasbro themselves, but when I first got into role playing, it was these really small companies and groups of world builders getting together.
Yeah.
Dungeons and
Like
Dragons.
generally, normal pen and paper is kind of like a lot of it might be based in something that is a product, but a lot of it'll be like OC. Like back in the, I guess, the Wild West days, probably even more before I existed. Like people just made stuff up on their own. Um, I liked, I kind of liked the competitiveness and like all of the different settings they had out there that they would release. Like the different, you had all kinds of stuff. You had stuff like the Dark Sun and uh, kind of adjacent settings that are like Ravenloft and Spelljammer, and they're sort of like trying to bring that stuff back, but it's still all under the like the auspices of Hasbro. It's not like being done by smaller companies. I guess the closest thing we still have to that is like Paizo and publishing, and their eventual departure away from the Hasbro product, but continuing to do their own thing.
Well, another thing I think is interesting related to that is Dungeons and Dragons the system became so ubiquitous that there are a lot of Dungeons and Dragons clones and computer games that use the D&D system, and as far as I can tell, they've never been litigated. It's become so, the main Dungeons and Dragons stats. If you look, there are a lot of D&D clones, a lot of games that yeah, they're effectively D&D, but it's become almost something, in public ownership.
Don't say
So
Beholder. We're gonna get sued.
yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Beholder is one of the things that they can't do. But then
We
they
call them
also
eye monsters.
yeah, yeah. Well, we can't get sued because we are
Yeah,
licensed Forgotten Realms stuff. On Neverwinter Nights,
yeah.
we can use our beholders and not get in trouble. But really, you look at the D&D clone role-playing games. Some of them are very third edition, using they don't really have to worry about it. And as far as I can tell, Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro don't really go after people that are using the kind of core rule set. But as I say, it wasn't my. I would DM it. I would run D&D games, and I kind of like the kind of occult aspect by the way it's got all these devils and powers and a system that anyone can relate to. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to fantasy roleplay, when it comes to the setting, I would be all about Warhammer, and when it comes to the system, then for me it would be yeah, Rolemaster,
I
which is
I've kind of enjoyed some of the Warhammer um individual RP settings they've done, but they they're brutal.
yeah. I mean,
Tech priest throwing a grenade and effectively doing what would be a one roll and then blowing up and killing yourself.
with Warhammer, it was the whole 40k stuff that started as a kind of minor offshoot and then became the entire focus because everyone decided that Space Marines were obviously great, and it's got
Space Marine.
it's got a strong style to it, that game. But
Yeah,
Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, there were plenty of references to it in Arelith. And I wasn't the person to start that. Artos before me was a fan of
Manfred.
Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. So
Old
he would
Manfred.
use it. He would use it quite often. Yeah.
Manfred
Um,
is a reference. I've played Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, and it is good. It's a lot grittier than D&D, but it is good.
we
Hello,
do have a
Kevin.
question about merch as well. Do we still have like official merch? I remember
Well,
there used to be like a merch store in the JJ times, but
we
I'll
do.
answer that in a minute. I just want to let Grumpy finish on talking about
sorry about that,
Warhammer, and
Grumpy.
then I'll answer.
I've basically finished. I've played it. It's quite fun. I've only played it P&P wise. It's a very different feel to D&D, but that is good and important.
I love
I
the
think.
class system in it, the career
Mm,
paths.
yeah, I think in the same way that I'm always happy to see like other Neverwinter servers exist. I'm always really happy to see other roleplay systems and worlds exist because I mean, you can't have one that suits everybody, and it's really nice to have things for everybody to try, even if they're not my thing. It's really good that it exists and is other people's thing. Um, and yeah, I like I like Warhammer Fantasy. It's a nice, gritty, dark system, and it has tall elves, which I like. I don't like the fact that Forgotten Realms elves are small. Not a big deal. It's just like for them tall. And that is the end of my rant, and let us get on to more interesting things like the merch question.
I mean, I obviously I have to answer the merch question. I don't like. I didn't know what you were talking about actually when you said merch. For many years, I was asked to do something about the Arelith shop. There are people that would even sell Arelith things that weren't anything to do with me, um, but I was really slow to do it. We now have this Redbubble shop with a lot of art because we've started commissioning a lot of art, so we own a lot of art now, and these are really nice things, and they belong to us. So you can go on the forums and click on the shop button. But I'm going to be giving, what did I say on the forum? 75% of all proceeds from that to a charity as voted for by players, which I'll do a few times a year because I'm really not interested in making a lot of money off this game. Um, but so far, I think we've made about $30. We get 20% of whatever Redbubble produces, and not much has been sold there. Which I don't mind. I really people were just telling me they wanted to have like Arelith shirts and things, and you can get all
Okay.
of that.
Are there tank tops in there?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that was also like, okay, apparently they want airlift tank tops so they can go to the gym.
Oh well, I don't know if there are. I don't know if they do tank tops. They do like sweat different types of tops. I'd have to check to be honest. I mean, I actually bought some stuff from the Redbubble as soon as I created it because I realized I've got nothing on decorating on my house that shows I've got anything to do with this server. So now I've got this. Now I've got some Aerolith stuff, and that's quite
It's got some
nice to see.
swag.
Yeah,
Airlift swag
yeah.
representing the set.
So that's pretty good. We'll do more in future, but on the sort of larger issue of you know making money for the server, we have server costs to cover and quite a few different things for the server to keep it running. And donations tend to be in excess of that. And when they are, I'm commissioning art and the like. But I've never really been very comfortable with pursuing money for the server. So there is the donate link at the top of the page on the forums, but I don't mention it very much on the forums. I don't make posts or on the Twitter account asking for donations. I really feel that the biggest contribution players can make is actually getting in there and playing the game and helping it feel alive, and that's what's more important. I
Get out
don't.
there and overthrow some settlements. Get
Yeah,
some conspiracy theories written about you. Get out there, guys. Go RP.
honestly, it's what allows me to make areas quite seriously is the volume of players. If we didn't have many players, then I wouldn't have such a reason to create a large world. The server has to fit to the amount of players. So yeah, I mean, more than money, certainly much more. We need players. So yeah, that's my answer to that question.
We have swag. You've just heard it here, apostate. We have swag.
It's the shop icon at the top of the on the forums. You can see it. That will direct you to it. And yeah, I take no
What I recommend, what I
Sorry.
recommend people do is they buy the swag, they give it to their friends, and their friends say, "What is this mysterious picture on this mug stroke cozy stroke poster. You go, ah, this is Arlith. Come, let me introduce you. And you draw them in. Thus we get more players. Mwahahaha.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right about promotion. I kind of I admit I've got this kind of this kind of it's not I say fantasy. This isn't the sexual kind, but if somebody is just seeing someone in my day-to-day life that's wearing an Arelith shirt would be a tremendously important moment for me. That would be something that would stay with me forever. Just bumping into someone who is a keen player. It's never happened to me. I'm not sure it ever will. It's a large planet and we have players all over the world, but that would be something special.
I think it also depends a little on the circles you move in. I have met a few Arlith players who, just by chance, and I met them years ago when I went to LARP. And yeah, I didn't know them very well, but they said, "Oh yes, I play Arlith," and that was like, "Oh wow, it happens." So sometimes it's also these circles you move in, which can help with that. It is a surprisingly small world.
Yeah, I've never so much as been to a gaming convention, so yeah, I'm
Oh,
unlikely to. I quite like the idea of it. I like the idea of doing like an Arelith stall at one of these things. I think as we come up to our 20th anniversary, it would be good to really do that. So yeah, maybe
mm,
maybe one day.
I need to buy an Arlith mug. But I tend to drink out of 20-ounce ones. Ones big enough that I could theoretically drown in. You know, that's a good sized cup of tea for me. Yeah,
Yeah, we could talk
it's
about
not.
tea for 20 minutes. I mean, I lived for 6 years in Leeds. I'm very much a tea
Mm.
British
drinker.
British
Are
people.
you an Earl Grey person or
No,
the
no,
ammo?
no, 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 no.
Really?
I
Oh,
don't like
Earl
Earl
Grey for
Grey.
me.
No, I
Oh
like just
dear.
standard strong
Mm.
tea.
Milk, sugars.
Um, God, we are actually doing this. We're really
All
going to talk
right.
about tea.
We
Just
have
watch
to
all,
go to the
just
important
watch
stuff here.
all the
Anyway,
people drop out of the chat. No, I have
I
neither
mean,
milk nor
the deep.
sugar. I drink tea black. I didn't used
Oh,
to, but
well,
I
yes, my husband does that, and he's a barbarian too, so I'll forgive you your lack of refinement there.
I
Um,
honestly used to, but I drink so much tea that that much milk was clearly unhealthy. So I kind of forced
fair enough.
myself to get used to drinking black tea, and now it's normal. But we have to stop this now. We're going to
We're
lose all our
probably
viewers.
Well,
This is
if we
we've
if we
even
want to relate
started
it
it.
somewhat to the server, tea does exist in Forgotten Realms, and there's like tea made of things, but then there's actual tea, and because it emulates some of, I guess, real life, it's all in the East, namely from Shaolong. There you go.
True.
And
I'm
apparently over there they put milk and sugar in it.
I'm so glad you're in
Sensible.
this chat to be able to rescue,
Sensible.
to salvage our discussion and make it in any way valid to
We
the
do.
server. That's great. Thank you,
We
Red Robes.
we,
You're
we
welcome.
do have a question actually. Tea's important. It deserves its own thing. A question. Shall I try and read it out?
Go for it.
Go for it.
Okay, this is from Potat. I have another question about areas like Avernus. That other spot with the Juggernaut, which names escape me, Genfish, Shibon, Endless Weights, Abyss, Hell in general, River Styx for instance. Are there any plans to flesh out the area and add more content to evolve around the lower planes, or players incline that way? I want swag coasters, by the way. I kind of want those too. They may even exist. I'll check the Redbubble site. There's a surprising amount of stuff on there. I wouldn't be surprised if there were coasters.
There are coasters.
But yeah,
There are definitely coasters.
I'm sure there are coasters. It would surprise me they had everything else.
Okay,
But
I'm
yes,
reasonably sure.
so
That's not the question, is it? Okay, I'll answer this, but then
more.
maybe Red Ropes wants to say something.
Mhm.
It's really easy to have eyes bigger than my stomach um, when it comes to Arelith development. I love the idea of expanding the plains. Certainly, it gets talked about, but we have very few area developers. Mainly, when new areas are coming out, mainly, I guess I'm doing like between 80 and 90% of them. And yeah, I have to choose my targets wisely, and I don't have any plans right now to work on the planes. I have a list of upcoming projects, and the planes don't feature on it. But if another area developer wants to go ahead and do something there, then I would be definitely enthusiastic. The only final thing I'd say on that is that new content really, particularly if it's content where people are role playing, towns and settlements, it heavily relies on how many people we actually have playing the game. Dungeons less so, but if you're
Yeah.
looking for role playing planar content like planar cities or settlements, then we need to have enough players to justify
Yeah.
that without splitting everyone up too much, and at the moment we don't. So I'll
Yeah.
pass over to Red Ropes now because I think he'll have something to say
I
on this.
agree with a lot of that. I mean, like, also with the nature of the realms and stuff like that and how they interact with the other, like, the reality, I guess, is just, those places have a lot of, like, rules and atmosphere of their own that kind of would diverge a lot and would have, like, their own things that, like, kind of are just even more, I guess, confusing. Um, and, like, I liked, like, one of the examples that we have right now is, Bat's work on Dis. Like, Dis is sort of like a famous realm. Mortals of certain levels and stuff like that might actually go and visit these places to buy spell components or make deals with things. And it's like a port in the plains, a nefarious evil place. There are other places like that, but I could see more dungeony type content. Avernus, I've always felt like Avernus might benefit from something. I don't know if I could do anything like that, but of something to do with the actual battlegrounds, some sort of involvement between the fighting between the devils and the demons,
Oh,
since it's like the
I can comment on that actually. We have a whole bunch of grey waste areas made by Septier that have been in development for years, and they look fantastic. And eventually I'm going to get around to finishing off his work and do it because this really looks good. Some of the One of the areas particularly is, I think, at the time, certainly it was before using hacks. I don't think I'd ever seen anything that looked better. Um, and the idea is that I had for that would be that characters would make a one-time choice of pledging to one side of the blood war, and when they were in those areas, that would change which side would become hostile. So as you travel between the areas, you'd encounter battles between devils and demons, and whichever side you were personally on, that would affect which side would be hostile, and it would also affect any PCs that you encountered in that area. But it would only apply to the Grey Wastes area, so it would be almost like an arena mini game within the game. And a lot of these areas have been made. I love the idea of doing that as a project. At the time, it also involved an update to the Abyssal Citadel that we have, which in those drafts, the Abyssal Citadel has been relocated to the Grey Wastes and would change hands according every like 3 months or something, or 6 months or whatever it was, according to which side currently had the upper hand. So I found that pretty exciting.
I've always personally, like, I kind of miss Zanshaban being a place you could go to, like, that wasn't hostile. Um, I think it would be kind of cool to be able to make that a place that you could visit again, sort of like an anti-dis.
I can only say that
Per-
it. Oh, sorry, I'll let Amy go ahead.
okay, personally, I'd really like to see a dungeon in Celestia or somewhere like that, just because it's a really intriguing place to have a dungeon. It would be slightly niche, but I think that could be
I
quite cool.
I I I- I've always wanted to
As
see
well.
kind of like some good aligned things that, like, could be a choice for adventurers who might not be entirely ethical to embark
Mm,
upon. But those are always kind of difficult to do because you have to put them in a way that, like, it's not easy for people to camp in them, I think. Because you will,
hmm
like, PvP is nothing to shy from, but I kind of feel like you might get people literally being there just so they can
mm,
fight you.
yeah. That's fair.
No, you would
And
you would
also,
absolutely have that. You'd absolutely have good aligned characters hanging out there to kill bad people that wanted to go in and kill good people. Sorry, Amy, I interrupted. Go ahead.
Yeah.
no, I think that's fairly
I
valid reason,
I
but
do
it's
think
still a
that
neat
it's
idea.
cool.
Yeah.
Like
I
with
don't.
the boat system, like being able to do some sort of like Viking type raiding would be kind of cool. You know, little nameless islets that people can't really stay on. You can just attack them. Someone might find you while you're doing it, but they would, ideally have to also be on a boat. Could be kind of cool.
That would be very cool.
I have gradually started adding in some good aligned dungeons. There are some oceanids, I believe it's oceanids. It might be one of the other aquatic creatures that are good aligned that is a dungeon under Sencliff. Um,
Hmm.
there are a couple of other examples of one of the rare spawns that you can encounter is dueling dragons. There's a couple of locations on the server where you may encounter them, although very rarely. And here you encounter like a bronze dragon fighting a black dragon or whatever, and characters can then affect the outcome of the fight by killing one or the other of the dragons. And if you kill one of them, I think if you help the good dragon win, it then opens up a conversation with the dragon that talks to you about that. But equally, you could help the evil dragon win. But unfortunately, with the limitations of the tool set, the evil dragon, if you help the evil dragon win, it will still try and eat you at the end of the fight. So
I mean, that seems very on point for an evil dragon. Thanks, but you're weak now.
There's another question here, which I think I can answer a little bit. Just find it again. Ah, yes. This is from Panzer Useless. I beg to disagree. And the answer is, how many areas do you think exist in the module currently that there is no way for a player to get to, besides house and a few engine-related areas? I would say not that many. We do have some areas which are in existence purely for DMs to hold events. Some of them are copied across different servers. So I don't know if you want to count them separately. I would say we have about 20 of such areas. You know, special places where we can zoop players to if we want to run an event set on a desert island or dank ruins or what have you. Beyond that, I'd say there's a few areas in the module which are very specialised, where you need to be a certain class or know a certain thing to get into. But even that isn't. I don't think it's that many really. Again, I would be surprised if it's more than 10 or so altogether, 20 or so. A lot of the server is pretty much open to anyone if you know the way. Would you say that's correct, or am I misremembering?
um,
I would agree.
yeah, no,
Mm.
I think that's about right. I think there's probably more than 20 DM only areas overall, but if so, only marginally. I can
It's
probably
a little difficult to count because they're copied across servers.
yeah, but not
Like,
all of them are. So that's
not
the
all of them are. No, no. It's a little hard to say that one. I think you're right. Maybe 30, 20, 30-ish. A little difficult to say that one. But it depends how you count it. But
And there's
okay.
compared to the
Look, you
amount of
can see
public
some
areas, it's
here
not.
on the stream. This hasn't
Ah,
got all of them. Okay, so there's town, Underdark, Chasm, Void, Residence, Ruins. These ruins are that actually made these for a DM that wanted to have a quest, and I created a
mm.
number of connected areas, so other DMs can use that for. Yeah, there's quite a few there, but they're not all there. There are certainly some that aren't on this server, like the sea battle area, which I really like. I'd like to see used more, full of lots of burning ships and things. currently in the tool set, I'm lighting some tiles and doing the passageways, but it's
I
a
love doing lighting
painstaking. Well, I
when
would
it's in a
like it.
small area.
Yeah, exactly. There's too much of a delay when doing this, so I'm keeping it pretty simple.
And yes, Aurelius, if you are in here listening, Set is a very good deity, especially for necromancy, for someone that might be a kobold, as one of the things that's something that might go out there. Set is kind of looking outside of Molhorand because Molhorand is a lawful good nation, and for the most part, and like they basically have everything on lock, and because of the drama between those gods that are sort of based on the Egyptian pantheon, he's kind of being forced out. His followers are associated not only with being like treacherous and evil and people who tried to effectively destroy their country, they're also being associated with like outsiders because the Molan, even though they're good, they're kind of xenophobic. And so a lot of his cultists these days are foreigners. And he's also eaten an aspect of Set. Sorry, there. Someone walked in. But yeah, he's a really good choice for like a especially like a kobold and especially a necromancer because he's associated with, I think he's called like the Eater of the Dead. Um, so and Defiler of the Dead. He doesn't want the dead to rest because his counterpart and his enemy is Horus Ra, who's a god of like opposing the undead and repose and making the dead sleep. And he killed, in quotation marks, Osiris and chopped him up. And he's their god of the dead. They put him back together like a big puzzle. Okay, another question from Potat. Do you personally think there needs to be an adjustment to the penalties of death right now?
Absolutely not. I mean, we've been through a few different death systems. I was never happy with how it was in the past. I'm absolutely fine with how it is now. There is, I'm sure there's a debate. There is a debate to be had here. You could say that we don't have large enough death consequences, but this really leads to more PvP than we have already. For those that are interested, I'll quickly go over the previous system and why I would never return to anything like it. So, the previous system was you would lose huge amounts of experience points. We're talking thousands and thousands when you died. It was based upon your level, and people would be able to kill you in PvP, bash your corpse, and then if you had to respawn, if you're a casual player, you would be set back days, weeks, sometimes even months of character development, and people would destroy corpses after PvP in this kind of I'm gonna bash you back to level 1 mentality, which I really didn't like. I think if people have conflict with other characters, they should try to settle it in through roleplay, ideally. And if we put big death penalties on, then they're always going to try and do it with PvP. So equally, sorry, not equally, separately, but related to that, at that time, people never risked difficult dungeons. They would just go through easy dungeons because they didn't want to die. So we ended up with heavily risk-averse adventuring that I would watch in the DM client. I would see that nobody would go to these places, and they would only go with absolutely the most powerful characters. And it would just make for really boring adventuring. I like adventuring being a risk-taking process, and with low death penalties, we can do that. You can go to some really dangerous place, and if you die, you're not left feeling like you want to smash your computer to pieces because you've just lost all progress you've made over the last like 3 months of playing on the server. So, you know, I get it that people think death should have greater penalties for those people that are constantly attacking others, but I'd rather have the system we do now. I should say that I recently raised with some developers one alternative idea that they liked, and that would be giving players a choice when they make their character in what kind of death penalties they want to have when their character dies. This would be something you would select the first time you go into the fugue, and it would then stick with your character forever. So it'd be something you would select through talking to an NPC, and that would be it. So you'd be able to choose between, big experience point penalties, but no lingering stat drains, which is what we have now. Um, or I think there was a third option which I can't quite remember, similar to the MOD, the mark of destiny, where you can only die so many times. So yeah, I'd be tempted to have both the old and the new versions side by side with a couple of other versions that the characters could choose, but other players wouldn't know what you have chosen. So the advantage there is people can't be gaming the system to necessarily try and cause you disadvantage because they might not know. But yeah, that's my answer to that question.
I think with a death system, you have to be, especially with PvP death, I think is where it gets really tricky. You do have to be super careful with it because it can go to some very difficult places. You know, I mean, you've approached it via PvE perspective, and that's very reasonable. But it's tempting to say, regarding, say, PvP, to say, oh, well, maybe on every PvP death you lose one MOD life, and after 10 you're destroyed. Not just pulling an idea off the top of the head. That might sound good, but it opens a risk of what happens with griefers. It makes people who have very powerful builds much more dangerous. And whilst the Stormwind fallacy, the idea that, oh, because you're a good builder, you're a terrible role player thing, that's not entirely true. We have some fantastic people who are very good at PvP and very good at builds and are fantastic role players. And I hate them forever because they're far too talented. And but the two don't necessarily go together. And also you have, again, it affects how people react. I can send my paladin off to Sencliff and say, ho ho ho, I'm going to have peace talks with Johnny McPirate Evilton, or whatever. And I can risk that because on an OC level that I know it's a bit of roleplay. Worst thing comes to worst, I get beaten up. It's not the end of my character unless I want it to be. But if you put some sort of permadeath system in for PvP, it makes people more afraid OC, so you get a lot less bravery in actions OC, which can result in a bit of stagnation. Um, it's not one of these things I feel very strongly about either way, I will add, but I do see there is big counter arguments to strong PvP penalties, even for strong death penalties, even for PvP, because of the power involved and and so on, the consequence. I've often thought with these sort of things, it's a choice between freedom and consequence, and it's very difficult to get the balance of both. Uh, if you to get rid of one, if you want more freedom, you get less consequence. If you want more consequence, you have less freedom, and that's how it goes. So that's my thoughts for what it matters.
I really enjoy it, like sort of where it's gone. I mean, I've always liked Arelith more for the fact that everything is sort of derived from the players in terms of like who decides like what, and like someone would decide to have an effect on themselves, and that's sort of like, I guess, with the systems that we have, I guess with like role play stuff with DMs arbitrating that's sort of part of Arelith. And then like I kind of feel like it's just good to leave it to the players to decide, and it's their own, I guess, out of character honor and their own reputation to kind of deal with that, rather than any sort of like system. Because if you start replacing everything that players do with systems, it can get really awkward.
That's a good point. I just have to say on the subject of PvP, and this isn't going to be a popular comment, I really like it. My heart's racing. I can barely press the buttons, slamming my keyboard trying to get the right combination of moves in. Some of my best times on the server have been
My man.
in PvP situations. And there's all this talk about the best PvP build. People win or lose depending on how well they keep their cool, as much as how good their build is. If you're, you can have a great build, but if you're not thinking, if you're in a state of high panic, it can get pretty bad. And I've been in trouble as a player for PvP in the past. I did have a bit of a reputation at some times, but when it's excessive, when people are just playing to create PvP factions to sort of run around stroking their egos by constantly fighting people around them, then yeah, I mean it stops making the game fun for other people, and you do need to make it fun for other people. But for me at least, part of the fun, and I've I've had this disagreement with people in the past, is being um, yeah, I guess angry or scared. We used to have this thing, I guess it still happens a bit, where after PvP people were doing these OOC raises where they just raise you and say in a tell OOC raise, no hard feelings, and that would kind of piss me off because I wanted hard feelings. When I'm playing a character, I get invested in that character, and so I feel what they feel. So if my character's kind of pissed off and wants to kill that other character, or is scared and wants to survive it, I can feel that too, and I want to feel that, and I don't really like PvP when it's just a kind of kind of, I guess you could say, fun, harmless sport. If I'm really caught up in the narrative at that time, if I'm really invested in the character, and a faction that I love is in danger, or I really want to feel it, and that's partially what makes PvP a lot of fun for me. So I just wanted to say that because there can sometimes be this feeling that we are against PvP on the server, or that PvP is the thing
Sounds
that
like
I
sounds like griefer talk.
well, I am absolutely dreadful at PvP. I suck at it hard. I'm awful. I almost never win, and I love it. But the reason I love it, and what makes PvP for me, is not the actual PvP. I mean, never mind that. It's the stuff that happens around it, and that to me is what makes good PvP. Good PvP is kind of what you make of it to a small degree. It's what the attacker makes of it, the roleplay beforehand and the roleplay after. It's what the defender makes from it, for again before and after. It's what the witnesses make of it before and after. If it didn't exist, then a lot of the narrative of the server would fall purely on DMs, which is a problem because one of the things I love about Arelith is it runs its own story very well. So yes, good PvP comes from the roleplay around it. Is mostly my thoughts regarding it, and that's why I love it, no matter how good or bad I am at it, because it doesn't matter to me. Because so long as I can get good story around it, if somebody gives me a good run up, if I get killed by somebody I've been role playing with beforehand, or they give me a good bit of roleplay after, I don't mind. The only times I've disliked PvP is when there's been little to no uh, detail around it. Again, either before or after, and that's, I'm glad to say, fairly rare.
yeah, I mean,
So
I don't
yes,
I don't like
that's
it when it's pointless, sure, but at the
mm,
same time, I'm not necessarily a player that feels someone should go out of the way to make it fun for me by doing extensive prisoner
mm,
roleplay afterwards. If my character's getting mouthy with someone else, if my character's prepared to risk death by not running away, then I don't mind there being a consequence for that.
If
I
you've
don't.
insulted my mother, there's going to be some consequences.
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
mean is more situations where you're walking past, someone says, "or you," kills you, and then that's it.
Hmm.
That is, it's hard to make much fun out of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do take your point.
Yeah. I feel like the only time that I've ever really not liked conflicty type things is when it comes to and this is mostly, I know I like punch at the Underdark a lot, but like I kind of feel like a lot of the races down there, like that race RP has that connection that like because I'm a goblin, because I'm an orc, because I'm whatever, I need to like do raids or something. And I've always I wish people would like think about bringing more role play with those things that isn't necessarily like I'm holding your hand and kissing your knuckles, but like I don't know, more substantial than I am a monster and I must kill.
Well, I guess I mean this can sound like I'm kind of blowing my own trumpet, but it is one of my things I was most proud of during my time when I was sort of playing exclusively. Back then, the server was owned and run by someone that didn't particularly, approve of raid roleplay, and I led a couple of raids, big events on the server where I occupied what the Stonehold ruins once, and the other time was the Gambler's Bluff, and we held it for sort of a couple of days, raiding the land around when night fell, taking prisoners or whatever. But I remember being told that the server owner at the time, and this was a long time ago, said he'd never seen raid roleplay done so well, and he really enjoyed watching it, and I got some really good feedback for the DM. So, I was really proud of that, and I really enjoyed it. And these were PvP events. There's
Yeah.
no two ways about it. There's
I
this
don't I don't even think it's like necessarily like wrong-headed to do something like that, but like at least as someone who has played an Underdark warlord person and stuff like that, I've noticed like if someone does it, it might cause other people to start doing it. And I don't there could be like psychology there. I don't know what's going on, but like you do it, someone else feels like now they have to also do it because it might be like it's cool or
Yeah,
whatever,
I,
but
I, I
it
mean, I'm talking about doing it twice on a character
yeah.
that I played for like 3 or 4 years. It's when it's every single night that
Yeah,
it gets trying. I also,
I
That
agree.
that is exactly my thoughts. I personally, as somebody who plays primarily surface and good characters, love raids. Again, I know that sounds weird, but I think they add spice. I think they're interesting. I think they make you fear the dark. Occasionally, if I'm playing a character and it's nighttime, I guess it's another raid. Then there are too many raids.
yeah, yeah,
You
and
know,
I think
it's
I
it's a
think
Yeah.
the
fine
elves,
thing
I
to do
think the elves feel
occasionally.
that quite a lot, and I felt it
Mm,
in Bendir. You just
mm.
Yeah.
sometimes you just don't want to do that. You just want to get on with what you're doing and not have to run around the Arelith forest for the next 90
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah.
And it
But the
kind of
problem,
even like
yeah,
takes away some of like the narrative between the settlements. Like the settlements themselves could have stories that could be more vague and more political between one another where they don't like each other, and it might actually like take away the ability for people to feel like they have that room to be like, we the dwarves of Brogdenstein don't like Cordor, and it's they smell and we might want to make a fight with them and I don't like them. But if everyone's getting attacked by, the monsters of Mordor,
I like
it's
your
hard
dwarven
to, I
accent.
guess, do it.
That was a proper good dwarven voice. I liked it.
It's because I was drinking a little bit of lemonade and I had
I
phlegm.
see. Ah,
And it wasn't
got you.
Scottish. That was quite refreshing.
Yeah. I usually in my head I role play dwarves like coal miners from West Virginia. That's always how I've always thought of them because miners. But I guess that
My
makes them
favorite.
kind of Scottish.
My favourite dwarven accent is the Yorkshire accent they seem to have fixed on for Warhammer. That just makes me so happy. But yes, yeah. Raids. The problem is it's a very difficult thing to police in its own way. Because firstly we're talking about drow raiding every day, but it's not necessarily the same group of drow. You know, it could be different players there, and they're like, but we raided like just once every 3 months. Yeah, but there's another 5 other houses raiding every week. So, you know, and of course you've got the raid rules, and the how to police that was just a nightmare. We did have something at one point saying, oh, you can't have hostile groups of XD numbers entering settlements or whatever. And as I've spoken of in various places, it was pretty unpoliceable because you get situations where, say, 3 Bay Knights enter I don't know, Sencliff. Just using Sencliff as a very random example. Please don't quote me on this. And they're out shopping, and the pirates turn up and say, "Oh, go away," and they say, "No, we don't want to," and the pirates start a fight, and the Bay Knights attack back, and the Bay Knights wins, and suddenly, oh, it's a raid from the Bay Knights. There were 3 of them. They came and attacked Sencliff. No, they didn't. It was 3 people who happened to be shopping, and you attacked them. you know, but looking into that and working that out takes DM time and DM effort. And can risk making also settlement areas far too safe from these things. So yeah, the raid situation, I have no idea how to open quotation marks solve close quotation marks, because I don't think it can be easily, because as I said, it's not like it's always just one group of players doing this every night. It's often many groups of players, staggering times, which just appear like one group of players. So yes,
Definitely.
that is my rant.
It's Spire here.
Hello.
I joined in. No, I joined in. Like, it's a gray area. It's something that's been a big discussion between the team. The biggest mentality that people have is they want to win. And winning can be fun, but taking those losses can be fun as well. But we really want to stress that, yes, these can happen. Yes, it might seem numerous, but it's not the same people. But just try to make it fun for yourself. Try to make it fun for everyone. And you'll enjoy it, because when Irongron mentioned his event where he held off the Gambler's Bluff, I was an opposing force against him. I lost. He destroyed me. And I never forgot. I'm waiting to PvP your next character, though, Irongron.
Oh, that's good news.
All
I mean,
right.
I have to say that when I do PvP, when in the past I did, I haven't for a long time. The last time I did, I was playing a half orc that was wandering along the coast, and 2 people tried to mug me, and they were both higher level of me, and much higher level than me, and I know that because of the experience points I got when I killed them.
That is too based.
But,
All right, we're all making scimitar weapon masters now, and we're gonna go camp somewhere.
Yeah.
but back in the day, I would try to win. You know, I would want to win, and I would try to win, and and sometimes I would lose, and it would feel good. I'd enjoy the role play of being crestfallen. I
Yeah.
would say.
And like back in the day, the Arcane Tower hated my characters. I hated my own character, and PvP happened. I always had a heart attack when they showed up on my front door. But it's part of the game. It tells a story, and then I finally deleted that character and moved on. It builds up, and I hope people understand that it's always going to be a part of it. We're not going to disable it. We're not going to keep doing it. But we will continue to monitor, police, and do whatever we need to make sure the rules are followed that are established. And we don't want to add more rules, because no one likes that.
I guess the only other comment I have on the PvP subject, and I have a feeling this is something else we could talk about for a very long time, is that we made quite a big fanfare on the server of how players develop narratives, and it's a real strength of Arelith that I think a lot of servers, the DMs are really directing quests and stories, and players can come to Arelith and sometimes be kind of confused that isn't happening. That for the most part we let players doing it. But by the other side of that coin is that when people are left trying to create narratives, they're very often just going to default to creating conflict narratives. And I find that PvP drops off during those times when there are, big DM plots going on that are, taking people's attention away. I think war and conflict is kind of a bit of a default position when creating a story, in the same way that certainly myself, and I see others doing it too, will fall back on faith when trying to create roleplay around their own character.
I just feel like if more people went out into the world and did something like I did, which is like, I don't know, make a pamphlet that says someone's ideology is smelly in a bunch of words, you will generate all the conflict you will ever need. Go write something in all caps.
You don't even need to try. I mean, almost the entire player base are highly strung murderers. You know, you look at someone the wrong way and they'll try and kill you. And that's something that I struggle with that a bit. Sometimes I think, just because someone's insulted you, like you could walk into Brigendenstein, just insult a dwarf, and he'll try and kill you. That's 9 times out of 10. You walk up to someone and just question their appearance, or laugh at something they say, then they're prepared to get their weapon out and attempt to stab you to death for the slight. And I kind of wish that wasn't the case.
Someone was asking about potion bottle appearances, and I kind of answered them in the chat, whether or not we will be able to edit them, and I'm going to assume they mean for like our craftables.
I'm just going to quickly refer to the tool set, just for anyone that is still watching for any tool set stuff. Changing lighting here, you're probably not seeing much change after I do it, because I haven't changed the actual area lights themselves yet, so which I'll do in a bit. But I just want to say that if you're working with dark areas, where there's an entrance, like here on this tile, don't feel shy of lighting it up with a really bright light. That's what I tend to do, where there are entrances and exits or stairs, but particularly with key features. Even though there might not be a logical reason that it would be so lit up, I very often light the tile up heavily, so characters can see it easily. Sorry, go back to more interesting stuff now. I just wanted to mention that.
Good thing I had push to talk one.
There is another question here. Is it possible that in the future to expand Defender class to beyond Earthkin races?
No, I'm not doing that. I know some people would like. Sometimes Sometimes I'm just gonna make a call based upon kind of what I want. Even I know that isn't ideal, but sometimes that is what I'm gonna do. We had this debate around Harper's saying we should change the class to just be spies so everyone can be it. Um, and I really didn't want to do that. I liked it having the flavour that it had. I was very keen to see the Zentarim classes added, which was similar, but I really didn't want to see it just turned into a generic spy class. I like some classes being restricted. Arcane Archer is also where this has come up. I like some classes being restricted to race or political affiliation. It's not better or worse. It's just something that I personally like having. So no, Earthkin Defender. If you want to be one, play an Earthkin. Get involved with the Earthkin Alliance races.
Someone brought up here that Durgar might not be able to take Earthkin Defender. I would actually say that if they can't, they probably should be. They are dwarves.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, the name is obviously a bit odd in their case.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, ideally, if someone really wanted to, in the same way we did a variant of Harper for the Zentarim, doing an area, a variant of Earthkin Defender for Duergar with just a few minor changes, that might be nice. Um, but I'm not sure what those minor changes
Eh,
could be. But if it leads to there being more Duergar, I'm happy. Duergar are a great race. They're also really powerful, but it's like with it's like with
scimitar, weapon master.
it's like with Sir Neblin. Uh, they may be very powerful, but people often don't want to play them. Like there is this
They're
sort
not
of
sexy.
yeah, exactly. And there is this debate saying, people contact me saying, Irongron, you need to nerf Neblin. They're too powerful. Yeah, there's 13 of them in the entire server. I mean, for one thing, something might be. I mean, I'm sure there's more than that now. Something might be powerful, but it's not necessarily a bad thing if there's if not many people are wanting to play them. So.
Nerf the swerve. It's a discussion that's always up there. The latest player numbers do have them higher up, but stuff's going to change. But if certain classes or races that had classes suddenly lost it because of hack changes, make us aware on the forums, and we'll look into it. It could just be a code change that happened when we migrated some hack races over. So let us know and we'll try to fix it.
I actually like the Earthkin Defender thing just for the gnomes because of there's a class that gnomes get in pen and paper called Breach Gnome, which is like almost like Dwarven Defender, and sort of fills a very similar role where Breach Gnomes kind of like they just throw themselves up as obstacles in their burrows whenever kobolds or like whatever is attacking them. So I thought that was kind of cool.
I'm sure a lot of people would approve of expendable gnomes that volunteer to be crushed by the enemies. They're not a hugely popular race. Just to mention the deep gnome thing again, deep gnomes in the game are powerful, and they're powerful because they're overwhelmed by evil races in the Underdark, particularly the Drow. They're not in the
Everyone
design.
wants to eat them.
Yeah, exactly. And in the design of the game, they're not intended to be balanced with the other races. They are the one race in the Underdark, the one like relatively common race as far as players are concerned, that isn't evil and will be locked very often in conflict with those that are. So if we're on Arelith, we have got 300 people playing Drow and 40 people playing Sverfneblin, then you know what? I don't mind them being powerful. And if someone's saying, look, it's unfair, they're much stronger than my character, it's like, yeah, well, there's 3 times as many of you guys. It's not. Still not. It's
Just to give you a number, there is currently 73 active Sverfneblin.
That's great. And how many active Drow?
Drow. There are 325.
There we go. And add on to that all the goblins and orogs.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Humans still dominate the world because of the extra feet and everything, and you can build around it more easily. So that's always going to be the area that people.
I kind of feel like
pick.
humans are more numerous, actually, just because of they're a lot more relatable. Like
Yeah.
I don't even think it's like a mechanical thing. I think a lot of people. That's why you see a lot of people playing like elves. I think it might relate to like escapism type things, or like they're sexy.
Yeah, it's all about the sex.
It's all about that
It just
elf
is.
ERP,
It
man.
just is, even if they're not doing it, they're thinking about it.
I used to not want to play elves because of that, because of just experiences of. I'd be like, hello, I am an elven warrior, and I like starlight and fighting orcs. And they're like, hey, dude, you want to drink tea with us? And I'm like, I hate this. I hate this, man.
I don't know. I've been playing an elf this year, actually, and I did enjoy it. And although it's praising my own work, Mayon is just beautiful. I really, when I'm there, I just feel I could just hang out indefinitely. It's really nice. But the lore thing people were talking about, one reason that I will often gravitate to humans is I just don't want to be endlessly doing racial lore roleplay. You know, I like roleplay to be a bit more diverse. And if you start playing one of these lore-heavy races, that ends up being the focus of your roleplay most of the time you're talking to people. You know, and it just gets a bit
Mhm.
tiring. You know, and if you're playing a human, you're not stuck with that. You're not endlessly having to talk about
I've
the
been
Mortar
really
salmon
badly
or
wanting to play a gnome. I keep wanting to play a gnome, and I'm thinking about it.
they're,
No
they're
one
my
ever plays gnomes.
that I do. They're
See,
my all-time favorite race, without doubt. You know, I think
my last character before my current was a gnome as well.
I've played mostly elves and humans and plain touched humans. I'm terrible for plain touched races. I love them. Uh, and yes, I want to try other races, but I've just not been tempted. Really, I don't know why. That's the
Yeah.
way it goes.
For me, it's the lore. If I wanted to sit and read hundreds of pages of information just to play a character, it's taken away a bit of the fun. That's why I tend to stick to humans, because it's something you can quickly jump into. I do expand sometimes, but I can never play a dwarf. I try to throw an accent on the game, and then I confuse myself as to what I'm writing. So you won't see me do that.
I've just
And
Just play a gold dwarf merchant who doesn't have an accent.
yeah,
There you
doesn't
go.
have an accent. Boost my
Like,
intelligence up really high just so that I don't have to use it. Uh, but yeah, someone asked if I could look up the alignments of characters. In the database, we don't track alignments, so it's not something I can quickly pull up. If I was to look at all 73, I'd have to look into their actual character files and check their alignments. So that's why you don't see those stats.
I just want to share a very, very quick story about accents, which was one day I had a character who was trying to learn Dwarven, and he found two dwarves sitting outside the Nomad, and he said, "Yeah, I want to learn Dwarven." And they say in typical Scottish brogue, "Aye, you be wanting to learn Dwarven." And then the other one says in Dwarvish, "I'm sorry, good companion, may I inquire what this gentleman is asking?" "Oh, well, he does desire to learn the Dwarven tongue, good sir." And it was like they were talking Queen's English in the Dwarven tongue and then switching back to the usual brogue in the common, and I loved that. I thought it was blooming hilarious. I thought it was the best thing ever. It's the idea of Queen's Dwarvish made my day. So that's the little story I want to tell you there. And that's how you can avoid using a Dwarven accent. Just talk Queen's Dwarvish all the time. Be fine. Be read.
that's happened to me already.
It was. There's a question we did seem to pass by earlier, which from Jedi Mind Tricks, which was, what happens to areas when they're removed from the module? Is the OG or latest iteration of Wharftown sitting in .earth somewhere, or are they gone forever?
Never use .earths, that's for sure. Don't export areas. You know, get everything from the temp zero file. No, I try to keep everything. Um,
So just to expand on that, Irongron probably has all of them. He keeps them in folders. We use GitHub for our stuff, so we have our area files. The three files are the .are, .git, and the .gic. If it's not in the module, it's deleted from the repo from existence, or we just disconnect the area transitions and it sits there. But they're either gone or they're just tucked away. So we hope someone keeps up on them, but we can always revert those changes because we keep a history of that, as does GitHub, and it's a pretty effective tool to manage all this stuff.
Arelith is very old, and so there are some stuff before my time that we don't have. I mean, me and Mithrius were chatting about this recently, trying to get hold of the oldest possible versions of the server that we could. When I was adding the new arenas, the Bat set up one in Dis, I set one up in Gul'dan. This was a rework of something that Gigastatten made in Cawdor years ago, and where you could join in tournaments against PCs and NPCs, and We tried really hard to find those areas. They were only live on the server for like 6 months or something, but none of us could find them, so we had to look at the code and put them in from scratch. But old areas do return. Um, I do. If people are interested, whether certain old areas will be back. There are some I won't be forthcoming with that information, but for those of you that remember the Rosewind Troop, which was like a festival ground outside
I
Caudle.
do.
Well, for a long time now, I've been planning on putting that back in as a rotation area. So they would, Rosewind might visit Cawdor again after absence of many years, in which case I would then attach the area to the module without the quarters for like, a week, so characters can have events there. I like the idea of doing stuff like that.
It was something that I think I've suggested in the past too, because I love the Rosewind Troop. I used to play exclusively in there with one of my characters, and my idea was like we could just use area instances. Either the troop can be attracted based on a settlement that's won a bid on them or something like that, or they go down there for a festival or event, and you pay money and they bring them in. That area loads into that spot, and then it disappears when its time's up and just removes those transitions. That's something that can be done, I imagine. There's some wizards in Neverwinter Nights, and especially on our team, that know this stuff. Daz does stuff like that where he generates areas from inside the game, so I imagine it's possible.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
I think it'd be really interesting, maybe even to do that with like certain things like the campsite, being able to like maybe associate it with like transitions in specific areas, and the transitions won't work. Like when you associate them with another area, like you've moved the camp, kind of like nomadic stuff.
Yeah, for sure. We'd have to look at the options for that, but I'm not sure if we still even have the old. I imagine Irongron has the old Rosewind Troop file still.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, but like people like Artos, his creations back then, because when I was younger and as a teenager, the big when BioWare had its whole Neverwinter Nights page and everything, and they had the featured article that Artos was talking about. I just remember him mentioning areas, and you see in those screenshots, but some of those areas don't exist, and I hope that someone has them just for nostalgia's sake.
So I am just going through doing the lighting for the area and just adding in the scripts. I haven't narrated this, so um, next time I will. I'll explain what I'm doing. One thing I'm not going to do during these sessions is during this session at least to set the music, because that's easier done on my own and it'll interrupt the stream with odd bits of music.
And then somehow you get a content strike.
Yeah.
Copyrighted material. I actually like I usually play with the game's music off, and in some of the areas that I've been working with, I've started looking at some of the premium module and the Daggerford module and like Tyrants of the Moonstate, and like actually listening to their OSTs, and I was actually really surprised. It's really cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Like Jeremy.
I worked with those when making Tyrants, and I was keen that they got them in the game, and I've been using them all over the module now. So if you're not playing with the music on, give it a try. As you explore areas, you're gonna come across some new tracks, and yeah, I'd personally play with the music on. I'd like to in future to have a lot more music in different areas, but not always. But give it a try sometimes.
The only thing I kind of don't like is combat music. Just because of like, I don't know, I notice a lot of people use it in game to just be like, there's something going on. It kind of weirds me out. That's just a me thing.
That I think that's a lot of people have that problem. I mean, I'd certainly have that problem. You really try to sort of role play ignoring it, but you've got this sort of really dramatic music playing. It's yeah. It is definitely an issue. Even if I set the combat music to be the same as the area music, it would still break the track and start it again when combat starts. So that's not a solution either. The only way to do that is to just make it all silent. But okay, I've finally finished this area. I guess I've worked much more slowly than I would generally on that little bit of the area I had left because of this.
We had to talk about tea.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm happy to do the talking while I'm working. It's actually quite refreshing and probably quite good for me not to be totally isolated for so many hours a day working in the tool set. But I've got to get used to doing this at a higher pace. So now to a much smaller area just outside the settlement. You know, this area, quite honestly, doesn't really need much more placeable work than I've put in because the tile set with Hercules improvements, it looks great. There's nothing really I need to do there. You know, I've done a little bit. I've added this column with this light. I'm not sure if any kind of inscription would work with the Formians. If anyone has any suggestions with that, that would be fine. But you know, with the fires, I do have to go and do the sounds everywhere. But as I say, I do that later. So when I can turn the sounds on and off. But this area, I don't think it needs much. I really don't. It's just a short area before they go into the settlement itself. So I think I'm going to leave that as it is. I quite like the look of that area. But the next area, yeah, this is where it starts getting tricky. Because, you know, if I could make a Formian settlement for a premium module as I did with Tyrants, where I could ask for stuff to be created, I would make it much more alien looking. You know, I don't feel that they would live in a place like this and or have things lying around that are anyway comparable with what we have. So that isn't an option. So you know, this is the tile set I'm going to use, and this is where the soldiers are. So I'm just going to use a lot of military themed placeables. Um, Not much else to say with this area. Oh, one thing. Some point quite soon I need to add a sacrificial altar in because sacrificial altars can be used to raise characters from the dead. Now, if you're partway through a really long dungeon and one of your party member dies and you've run out of the ability to raise them, you know, you don't all want to turn back and they don't want to be sitting in the death area forever. So if you're making a big dungeon for Arelith, put an altar partway through. And I think after that long area here, putting an altar in this next area or the area after it might make sense. I'm not aware, I mean, perhaps Red Ropes can correct me here, I'm not aware of the Formians having a deity, so I will probably have one of these rooms full of like looted objects, things that they have just gathered as when they've been clearing their tunnels, and in there I will put a sort of sacrificial altar on its side.
Yep. They're outsiders, so sometimes they might be in devotion to a lawful power of some kind, regardless of the alignment scale. They're usually lawful neutral, but they might end up devoting themselves to something. So the queen herself is usually kind of godlike and is involved in the, you know, giving people elevating them up the ranks.
This is Arelith. Every second person is godlike.
It's true.
Actually, I want to touch on that because it's a question that's been asked a lot. It's not related to any questions anyone's asking here, but you know, our server is a bit of a turn off to some real Dungeons and Dragons enthusiasts because they just look at the level limit and think, well, that's nonsense. You know, how can so many characters and monsters, how can you have like a level 15 goblin being like a less, just a standard soldier. Um, if you're really into D&D, you know that these higher levels are for incredibly powerful beings, and really influential PCs. So and a lot of servers, you see, they will put a level limit at 10 because of this. But my view is that this is a computer game. It has features, and we want to use all of those features. I'm not going to cut off 70% of the features in the game because I'm trying to stick to what some source book says. So if anyone's interested, my philosophy is simply this: um, divide by 3, or times by 3, or multiply by 3.
Elminster's level 60.
Exactly. Uh, if something in D&D canon is level 5, then on our server it will be level 15. The level cap is 30. That is equivalent to being level 10 in the sort of world setting. And yeah, that opens up spells and abilities that they shouldn't be able to use, but there's not a huge amount to this game, and I don't want to artificially cut back on so much of the content just to honor the
Sometimes
source
goblins
book.
are lifting weights too.
Yeah.
Maybe the
we don't
goblin chief found the Necronomicon. Who knows?
we don't have placeable for weights, but we could use a book as a Necronomicon. That's fine. So yeah, I think that's something I've been meaning to say on the forums, but I guess someone's going to pick up on it here. That yeah, it's the divide by 3 rule. If you want to know how high level your character is, if they were inserted into Forgotten Realms lore or fiction, then yeah, 33% as strong, basically.
And you haven't been killing Palsh all these years. It was merely an illusion. Never happened.
Well, you can kill powerful beings as much as you like. I mean, it's like a TV show. You know, if you, or rather, sorry, more like a comic book. It doesn't matter if you kill the big bad. Of course, they're going to come back in a later issue.
Yeah.
There's always your character comes back. So why can't all the monsters? So
The
once
way I find after you,
no, after you.
I'm going to have to head off in a minute. I was just going to say a good mindset for Arlith, I think, is to. I don't know how many of these people have seen some of the original Star Trek episodes, Next Generation in the original series especially. Um, I think a good way of doing that um is to imagine it like that. You sort of know the main characters will always survive. You know the status quo will always continue. But it's not really about that. It's about the characters and the journey the characters go through, and the single incidents and how they deal with those things, if that makes sense. If you come to Arlith looking for Game of Thrones, you're probably going to be disappointed. But if you come to it looking at it more like an episodic thing, I think it's a lot easier to deal with, in various ways. It's not about how you've permanently destroyed such and such. It's more about how you defeated the monster of the week, as it were. I guess that's just my headset for when I play. I find it's more relaxing more relaxing that way. You get more out of it that way.
I agree. The only thing I'd add to that is if you go to Game of Thrones looking for Game of Thrones, you're also going to be disappointed. But no, it's yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely a good point.
I mean, if you want the Game of Thrones experience, one part of it, you could just play an elf and wear a chainmail bikini and stand around in corridor without pants. That's what I remember. Martin was a very lonely man, I think, until he got famous.
Oh.
I
I'm going to head off now. It's been a lovely conversation, but I have DMing stuff to do, and so on, and food to eat and such like. I hope I can do this again, and have a great night, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for taking part. Regarding Game of Thrones, this is a bit of a dark topic, so I won't stay on it for very long. But I'm not very keen on the writer. I have to sort of hold it against him that he never finished the books because my mother died at a young age, but well, relatively young. She didn't live until she was incredibly old. But she was a big fantasy reader, and she loved these books. And for like the 5 years before she died, she was just waiting for the last book to come out, and then she never got to read it. And
Goodness.
I just hold that against him. That she was buying these books and in good faith thinking the story might be finished, and it never was. And yeah, that kind of annoys me.
He does not produce. I mean, you can't. I guess you can't rush art, but I kind of feel like in some ways he doesn't like writing Game of Thrones because he's like a sci-fi writer for the most part.
Yeah,
He
I kind of see this happening in quite a lot of TV shows. And I talk about this when I talk about writing quite a lot. And this is what I call the promise of things to come. A lot of TV shows and books create a lot of drama by promising that something really big is going to happen in the future. And I only think that works if the writer knows what that thing is. If you keep promising there's going to be something really big, you're going to have a really hard time living up to that. So I was reading an article recently about like disappointing endings of TV shows, and Game of Thrones and Lost, Battlestar Galactica, they all featured in this, and they all share that in common. They all were working towards this big reveal, this big final thing, and when you came to watch it, you could see that they didn't really have a plan. All that time they were writing about it, they didn't really, they were winging it. So I think if you're planning on having something really big happen and everything is leading up to that, you should decide what it is. And if I had to guess why he never finished the books, it would be that he didn't have a plan and doesn't have a plan and can't really live up to that. Who will sit on the Iron Throne thing?
yeah.
I did again to turn this back to Arelith. Um, the Iron Throne are a organization within the Forgotten Realms, a merchant organization that have a really big story and featured heavily in the Baldur's Gate games. And what I did when creating Gul'dan is I took that story forward. After we started advancing our calendar, which we did, we are set just after the events of Baldur's Gate, where the Iron Throne have basically been eradicated, all their leaders have been killed. They've gone from being an influential arms trading merchant organization to being eradicated. And in the past, with some DM Titania events, we had them playing a role in Gul'dan, in the old Gul'dan. So I kind of thought it would be cool to have them have the surviving, the remnants of the organization of this once, multinational trading organization come together in Gul'dan to try and survive as a small organization, that have been eradicated in the larger Forgotten Realms, but on Arelith being the kind of backwater, that what's left of them is a powerful force. And all of this was undermined by the fact that I know many players are thinking, Iron Throne, how unimaginative is that? They're lifting stuff from Game of Thrones now. I just want to put in all caps on the front of that building. No, the Iron Throne in the Forgotten Realms predates the Game of Thrones reference, but yeah, they even have a cool flag on their building with a metal throne. So yeah,
Martin actually does have an imprint on D&D. And it isn't really modern. the Githyanki. That name is pulled from one of his sci-fi novels.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, little bit of trivia.
No,
The Githyanki are weird.
that's good trivia to have. Well, the Githyanki have head models in Neverwinter Nights that I
Yeah,
never really
they
know
were
what
added
to
in
do
Hot
with.
U.
Yeah, I never really know what to do with those head models. I used them on the Peacekeepers
Yeah.
in the Underdark and created a bit
Yeah,
of
they used
lore
them
still.
in Hot U. They were used for Githers Eye. There's a Githers Eye in Hell for some reason. Yeah, but they're basically the same thing. Did you know they lay eggs? Githyanki and Githers Eye lay eggs.
I didn't know that, but then I'm not the lore expert that you are. I
Yeah.
have to say.
I'm cursed with these things, and now you know, and you also bear the curse.
No, it's fine. I forget. I'll forget before the end of the stream. I'll forget that. I'm sure. I'm really good
Okay,
at.
We gotta open up the old Udos tile right now and put some eggs on the ground.
Yeah, I'm not gonna remember that. I'm not gonna remember a lot of this, so that's fine.
Oh yeah, Githzerai. Sorry, I'm saying Githzerai.
I asked. I'm looking at a shield rack here. The reason I'm hesitating, if anyone's wondering, is I asked our art team to replace the shield rack, and we have a replacement shield rack. It looks great. So why, when I place it down in the tool set, am I seeing the old one? Did the new one never go live? Is this still the one that's appearing in the module? It's
Someone's going to
absolutely
be
dreadful.
crucified.
No, I mean that they did the work. The new shield rack looks amazing. I really thought it was overwritten, but I have all the latest hacks here. At least I think I do. Maybe I don't. Well, we'll see. I hope the shield rack no longer exists. It is a terrible thing. If anyone's wondering why I'm just putting random placeables down, when I'm making an area, what I tend to do to save myself time is I just place down a whole bunch of this kind of placeables I want to see repeated in an area, and then I just copy and paste them, endlessly move them over. It just saves me time from going through everything. And in this case, um, I have a military themed area. So yeah, I want to have military themed placeables. Just check the Twitch, see if there are any questions there. No, we've had a few
We've
viewers there
had
throughout, but not really any questions.
Jukataya. I've been trying to keep up with him, but
You know, he did these these Arelith videos, these roleplay videos on YouTube that have got thousands and thousands of views. By far our biggest. He's responsible for what has been by far our biggest media presence ever. I mean, if you look at his videos, and he honestly he's got quite a voice as well, I must say. And you know, these
well, by
videos
the
are
name, I
amazing.
mean like if they're Finnish people are very powerful.
His voice certainly is powerful. You know, whatever praise has been heaped on my own speaking voice, I think he trumps it. But you know, these videos are enormously popular. And his role play in the videos is just great. Watching him run around as this thief is really entertaining. I really did enjoy watching them.
On that note, Zex, it's come up about like planned races, like Tabaxi or Lizard Folk. I think Irongron has said before. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Like we're kind of like steering away from beast races, at least for now.
I
I
actually
think.
had I fielded this from a member of staff the other day asking for lizard folk, and I said no. Um, I don't feel that they fit into the Underdark at all, lizard men, and there isn't a place for them on the surface either. Um, I just don't see it. I don't see a lizard colony in the in Andanor. I mean, we have troglodytes there, sure, but
Yeah.
lizard folk, no. I mean, in the setting, they're much
Lizard folk
more.
are mostly surface dwelling, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a location for that, and if we did, if I was to spend ages building some, lizard folk village, then it would barely be occupied, and they'd have nobody to
Yeah.
roleplay with because they're an enemy to everyone. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
I think
so
the closest thing we might have would be like Sincliff, but that's still basically the same thing. They would kind of be on Sincliff, and they wouldn't really have much else where to go other than like the Underdark,
yeah,
which I guess could be another venue for. But then they sort of orient towards the Underdark and don't have sunlight.
yeah. I just don't see it. I mean, it's not that they're not a fun race. It's just that we don't have anywhere for them to play. And if like 150 people came to me and said we want to play a lizard folk city, then I guess, but that's not going to happen. You create something like that, and there would be an initial burst of interest. If I made a lizard folk village, which would take me ages, I should add, and then we introduce it as a playable race, yeah, everyone would say, "Oh, this is great," or a lot of people would. They'd start playing them. There'd be like maybe 8 weeks of activity, and then it would just be a dead zone. And I'm not interested in doing that again.
Did you really say that you don't want to see a Kenku doing egg RP in Corridor?
That is what I said.
Well, that's incredibly based, and
That is that's exactly
that's
what I
exactly
said.
what would happen.
I would fly into a murderous rage on in character. I mean, my character. If I walk past like a Kenku sitting on her egg, role playing about it, and other characters standing around them saying, "Hey, be careful, be respectful." She's sitting on her egg,
I
which you absolutely would encounter. I've no doubt
I
that
think
I
some races would
would
like
encounter.
they can work as like player races, and I think some of them could be non-hostile NPCs, but I don't really see them. I just it's not even like a player trust issue. It's just like something like Kenku have like very very specific roleplay in what they are. They're a very chaotic race that steal things, and are kind of a meme
Yeah,
in the lore.
yeah. I'm not incredibly fond of anthropomorphic races. I equally wouldn't want like turtles. I find it really unimaginative.
Yeah.
I mean, what you're basically saying to players is pretend to be this animal. That is your role play now. You are bird person, and I'm not. I mean, I like bird person. Who doesn't? But but I would find
Gotta
it.
have a high IQ to
I'd,
really appreciate bird person.
I'd find it. I'd find it really tiring. So yeah, I'm. I'm not keen on adding anthropomorphic player races. Nulls were bad enough. I don't really want to see more of them.
It's just I really and I don't think I don't want to like come off that like I don't like furries or anything like that, but I do find a lot of people will. There's free will with like all the races in Forgotten Realms, more or less. Most of them have free will, but like a lot of people will go outside of leaps and bounds outside of like the normal culture. Like even when you're playing something that's like an outsider, you still have to kind of have some of that lore there to like bounce off of. So like if you're a good aligned knoll or whatever. But like it seems like with the more anthropomorphic ones, we get a lot of like furry stuff and
I,
people playing like very
I don't blame
not
players for
what
doing that.
would.
I mean, that's
Hmm?
what you'd presume when you see the
Yeah.
race. Of course, people default
Yeah, if
to
you
it.
don't know anything
It's
about it and
and
yeah.
I mean, Knolls have some excellent lore. They really do. They can be. I quite like an idea, and I've mentioned this before. I'd quite like to make a Knoll area that is very much themed as for the inspiration around Caesar's Legion in the Fallout New Vegas. If you go to Caesar's Legion's camp, having like a Knoll camp that has that kind of feel to it, I think would be really cool. Um, but yeah, I mean, if you have
I
a player race that looks like an animal, people are gonna role play as that animal,
yeah,
and it's cringe making, but
a lot of the times, yeah.
it's
Like gnolls to me are just like when I think of them like brutal. Like they're like Arr, rah
is that
monsters.
your
I,
brutal?
I
That's
can't
that's about
I
the
can't
least
do a
threatening
hyena
thing.
laugh, but like they're weird. You know, they have a very ambiguous origin, and they like to eat carrion. Not a fun time. Not a not a fun creature.
I mean, as I say, I don't actually dislike Knolls. I just don't like anthropomorphic roleplay. It's just not something that I'm particularly keen on, and I think that there's a lot of that in the fifth edition D&D.
Yeah. In other words, gnomish master race. Gnomes rule. There's actually a secret gnomish settlement under Arelith, kind of like it's the hollow world. It's even beyond the
I
Underdark.
I have
Uh,
I have to say something about gnomes, partially why they're my favourite race, because it's like whoever was adding them to Dungeons and Dragons just fundamentally didn't get what fantasy roleplay was. Because when you're talking to someone that's outside of it all and you're trying to introduce them to it, you're like, yeah, we play this game and we have elves. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I know elves from Tolkien. And we have dwarves. Yeah, dwarves, I can see that. They're like a fantasy thing. And you go through these various playable races, and then you get, oh yeah, and we have gnomes. You're like, what are you talking about? You have gnomes? And
garden
no,
gnomes?
yeah, gnomes just have totally comedic connotations. They have no proper place in sort of classic fantasy or myth in the same way the other races do. And I can just imagine some sort of meeting thing. How are we going to differentiate our world from Tolkien? I know. Let's have gnomes. It undermines the setting just hugely.
I mean, it's kind of interesting too, in like how they've added those in, and a lot of the concepts are really similar. Like kobolds are just a German word that could mean like a goblin or a gnome in some cases,
Yeah, yeah.
and they're sort of being produced for like an English-based audience. So like if you were someone that was like German and you're like playing D&D for the first time and you hear like kobold and you're like,
Well,
I know what that is, and then it's like a little lizard man.
I live in Germany, so I've experienced this kobold thing firsthand a few times. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really like gnomes, and I like the gnome background, and I like what they've done with them. But nevertheless, it's just
Yeah.
where you lose someone. It's just you're trying to get someone interested in what you're doing. It's like, yeah, we've got gnomes. okay, I think I'll pass. You know, gnomes are ridiculous.
I like halflings in that they're supposed to just they're hobbits. And then like weirdly in third edition, like all of the art about them being very hobbity kind of like disappears and they all become these like tiny micro humans that are more like elves even. It was really weird and abrupt.
Yeah, yeah, I know it. I know what you mean there. With gnomes, I have to admit, I would troll gnome party people, and I had gnomes in the party, and I wasn't playing them. You shouldn't do this. I'm not approving it. Just keep making references to going fishing. Hey, should we stop and do a spot of fishing, or just sort of stop outside someone's house and turn to the gnomes? That's a pretty
What
good garden
what's
they've
that?
got there, isn't it? You know, what do you think of this garden? Hey, there's a pond. Should we do a spot of fishing? And just keep doing
You
it.
got
See,
gnomed.
just see if they catch on to the fact that you're just ridiculing them at every available opportunity.
Uh,
I'm really not painting a good image of myself as a player with all this talk of PvP and mocking
Got
them.
I mean,
involved
like,
in a lot of PvP, did you? Can't imagine why. However did that happen? I'm back briefly because the DM thing was very quick.
Okay.
welcome back.
Hello.
I kind of feel like nobody really knowing anything about gnomes though really works with their lore because they're sort of obscure. Like, and people don't really know anything about gnomes for the most part in the realms. They'll meet a gnome and be like, is this really a gnome? I thought it was a halfling. Like, what's going on?"
Play a large phenotype bearded halfling. If you want to confuse people, I've done this. I just endlessly get dwarves walking up to me talking in dwarvish, asking if I want to go for an ale. People
If you make a thick halfling,
with a
fat model
beard,
halfling,
with a
yeah,
beard,
I did that
everyone
once,
thinks you're a dwarf.
and I did get a lot of that.
Not that being mistaken for a dwarf is necessarily anything to aspire to.
Apparently, stout hearts get along very well with dwarves.
Well, this is why I put a stout heart place in Vorgendenstein, in the village, the Hearth House. That's a stout heart, like that's supposed to be the stout heart place of Arelith.
And the gnomish followers of Gerdal Iron Hands also generally get along well with dwarves because they don't really have the same whimsy as other gnomes because they're like, there could be an enemy over the horizon. We must secure the community of gnomes.
Yeah, and of course the whole sort of Sverfneblin living in Mithral Hall is a big deal. You know, Sverfneblin and dwarves very much do go together.
They interact. It's one of the
they're,
few,
they're
the
proper
surface
strong
dwarves are
allies.
one of the few dwarves, or one of the few races that they will interact with.
Well, they also have like a large settlement. I mean, you look at the population of Mithral Hall; it is partially deep gnome.
Yeah, that's where the
And
Blingstone Hold refugees went.
yeah, yeah. So there's very much a precedent for what we have on Arelith,
Yep.
where
There's
the
also a kingdom. It's called a hidden kingdom, but there's a kingdom of Sverfnemlin, rock gnomes, and a gold dwarven clan somewhere in the north, like under
yeah, yeah.
the spine of the world.
But you know, when I did that on Arelith, because people were so used, and up until that point, of gnomes being, of the deep gnomes being kind of evil, um, being an underdark race, you know, I had sort of some people complaining that this was absurd. Why would they live with the dwarves? It's like, okay, you know, go to the
Well,
underdark map room and have a read or something. I don't know. It's
yeah,
hard to
they're
give.
kind of chill actually.
Yeah, it's hard to give
Please,
accolades.
drow in their chaotic evil fashion, and are just like, a gnome grotto. I'm going to kill them all and steal their illusion objects because I'm a drow. And the Sverfneblins are like, please don't do that.
What I quite like is is since when I merged those settlements, there was a lot of sort of paranoia that, but the gnomes will vote us out of power and seize our golden halls. Like that's just not going to happen. You know, as
You would just have a gnome who's in charge of the settlement, and then they would just be like,
which
I
would
must now also contend with my other demographics of voting because that's how the politics work
yeah,
on the
it would
server.
be fine for me. It would be fine for me to have like a gnome elected in, but the I think dwarves just can feel very threatened. But the idea that dwarves would be supplanted by the gnomes, you know, if your position is so tenuous that you're going to get supplanted by gnomes, then you've got a problem. Frankly, that's
Yeah, if someone is able to get enough gnomes and enough popular support as a gnome to overthrow you, I kind of feel like it's going to happen.
yeah.
And you'll also win a lot of gardening competitions.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't want to say to players just endlessly troll gnomes with gardening and fishing references, but you know, do it. Just do it.
The
It's,
gnomocalypse.
we'll look over it. We'll overlook it. I promise you. Just not all the time. Just every now and then. Just do it.
Yeah.
So, hear me out for my next quest concept. Powerful mage, powerful druid perhaps, goes round flesh to stoning every gnome he finds to make the ultimate garden. I think I think that's my next one.
Fill your garden with gnome statues.
It sounds like an excellent DM quest, I have to say.
I think
I
my
do
favorite
remember.
gnomes are forest gnomes.
They are cool.
They're kind of like brownies a little bit, but also they're that like stereotypical gnome with like the little red pointy hat.
I do remember a time I was on as a DM and I was in Bendir, and these halflings were talking about this gnome who had apparently dominated a shark, dragged the shark into Bendir, and put it in the waterways to protect Bendir. And I laughed for about 5 minutes solid because that was just pure gold to my mind. That there was this gnome who was doing this to shark after shark just to protect Bender, filling the waterways of this tiny halfling village with sharks. I mean, that's just brilliant. It's just so utterly brilliant.
I quite
When are we
enjoy.
going to add a boat for Benderdale that's a submersible called the Nautilus, but spelled with a G in the front,
Oh
made by
my,
gnomes?
yes, yes. When? Yes. If only for the
We're
name.
we're never going to do that. But it's a fantastic idea.
It is brilliant.
We could save it for Lantanese DLC. Pay for it in Gron coin.
No, that's a really good idea. I don't know. I just see gnomes really amuse me in game. I recently added this other Underdark dungeon where the boss is this giant toad. This Slard dungeon, I think. And I was watching to see how characters would get on in there, and a gnome comes down, and I've not thought about it. Of course, I've made the toad an animal, so he just dominates the toad. And of course, what do you do if you've got a giant toad? He goes straight back to Andanor and is walking about Andanor with this giant toad hopping after him. And so I had to possess a peacekeeper and say, okay, you need to turn around now. When he's sort of walking into the hub with his giant toad, and then had a conversation where I possessed the captain of the peacekeepers with him outside, and I was laughing all the time. I thought that was great. I immediately, after this, entered the tool set and changed the toad not to be an animal, so this wouldn't happen in future. But to see this gnome join the toad, join with the toad and roleplay with it was wonderful to see. But I just have to mute my microphone for a minute.
Ooh. That's a really good screenshot, party.
I love that screenshot.
Final banker. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm actually not so happy about seeing flying sharks. I tried to avoid that by area design, so there is an interior transition, but it is kind of impossible to avoid that one
This
can
is my
do that.
comfort cube.
I'd rather people didn't.
My
Yeah.
emotional support ooze.
I can't. I can't help but feel an eye beast or beholder would be better, but that is brilliant.
Sorry, my work in the tool set has really slowed down. I'm feeling a bit brain dead, but I'll try and concentrate on doing
I know
this.
that. I'm like marathoning anything vaguely to do with assassins or crime right now as I'm working on the Assassin's Guild stuff. I just I need to take breaks. And then I have to stop, stop myself from putting too much like, Tony Soprano just outside of the guild.
Yeah, I
I
kind. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Grumpy.
No, please you do first.
No.
I was going to be
My
in next.
honestly, I've been talking so much in these streams. I'm really happy that someone else is talking. So, no, you go ahead.
I was going to say I've just been concentrating on this stream tonight. I was going to do some DMing, but there's not really much to do, so I will jump back in on it. Yes. I'm currently running a little quest regarding a dragon turtle. If you've heard about it and want to get involved and stuff, shoot me a message on Discord. And I'm generally available in some way or other from 8 p.m. till midnight GMT. One issue I've been having as a DM, and I'm very interested in knowing opinions of you guys and opinions of the players, is that Discord really is used a lot more for communication regarding things, and I'm finding myself a bit torn on it regarding certain sorts of events. I've talked to others about this because there are several sorts of events. One is rocks fall, everyone dies. Oh look, a dragon army has appeared before Cawdor. Oh dear, Anjunor's exploded. Oh dear, a horde of bunny rabbits in Bendir. And that's fine. You do a shout, everybody runs to the area and deals with it, whatever. Then you can do events where you schedule it. I don't know, the wedding in Cawdor. Oh look, there's a big event here. It's happening on such and such a date. You put up notices. You're done. Great, awesome. And then you've got events which is more like Ami's hiring people to do little excursions with them, and that's fine. But you need to gather players for that, and that can be rather difficult. Discord is a way to do it, but the caution I have with Discord is if people only log in to do your events, they're not logging in the rest of the time, and that can be detrimental to server health. Because if I log in on Bob, uh, then I'm going to pick somebody in the chat. Lawful. Lawful can log in and go, "Ooh, Bob's on. Excellent. I want to chat to Bob." And that sort of builds a cycle of players. It's why it's sometimes a good idea just to log in, even if you have nothing to do. Even if nobody who's on it's not a bad idea to log on and just do something, because you being on may cause 5 other people to log on. And so I want to kind of reward people who are logging on naturally. And so gathering people via Discord kind of disrupts that. But on the other hand, it also makes life a lot easier, especially if you don't have much time, which nowadays I can't. So yeah, that's my conundrum right now.
I mean, I can give.
I kind of
Yeah.
feel like communicating like when you're available is fine. I like that's all. I mean, like, because then you couldn't really run the events if it's about the people who were involved at the time. Like, who are the people who have picked up the lure? I guess. I think
Mm,
because it's good to be able to talk to them to be like, hey, I'm gonna be able to be around. around here, not to determine like whether or not that they'll be there. And I guess
I've done a solve for a bit by making making a list of characters in game, and then they can be contacted through in-game methods when I see them on. So there are ways around it, but it's very clunky, and I'm never sure whether to put like a message on the main Discord saying, "Hey, I'm DMing an event in Gulderand in an hour. If you want to be on or whatever." Or just to
I'm
leave
sorry.
it.
feel like
I'll speak here briefly on this subject. I really would prefer that we don't use Discord to say that there is an event coming up in an area, because then people will just flock it. We should be looking to create events for the people that are role playing in specific locations, and
Yeah.
we undermine
Yeah.
those people that are making that effort by announcing it. You know, if you're running a quest in Gulderand, it should be for the people that are making the effort to create Gulderand a living, breathing space. Don't advertise it for everyone to turn up. But I would add that once your quest is underway, once you've started doing it and you have different characters that are involved and it's going on over many different days, then absolutely using Discord to say, hey, we're continuing this. It's basically like a pen and paper event where you're gathering everyone together. So I've no problem with Discord being used to gather people to continue an adventure that's already happening. But as far
Yeah.
as actually starting the adventure, no. Find people in game that are already in a party, do it with them, and then as part of the event, a quiet message to them near the end saying, this will continue another time. If you give me your forum address or Discord handle, I will let you know when we're continuing a little bit in advance. So that's how. I mean, I don't want to, make rules on the fly here on how DMs should be doing things. I'm really just giving my opinion that announcing actual quests, no, these should be something you find dynamically. If you're running an event, if you're planning on doing like some sort of festival somewhere, then sure, use Discord to announce it. We could even announce it on Twitter and stuff. But with quests, I'd rather they just happened. As a player, I know it can be thrilling to to get involved in this kind of thing when it's sort of
Yeah.
just me and my
I've
party.
also always felt as like a player too, like if a DM is overly inclusive with certain things in the way of like, or like advertises it through like the shout channel sometimes, it can cause things to swell up so bad that like now the entire server's there, and even if your character might care to want to be there, now your PC's limitations might come up, or there's just so many people there you can't even talk anymore. Like there's just like 7 people who want to answer, and it can kind of like even drive people away.
Oh, it drives me away as a player. I mean, sorry to use bad language. I did warn people that I would in this, but when I see a DM event start, very often that's my cue to fuck off, because
Same.
I know that certain characters are gonna really want to dominate the event. That I will be left sort of standing at the side, waiting for something to happen, and even trying to get characters from point A to point B in a DM event, even if it's just out through the corridor outskirts and up to the arcane tower. It might take 2 hours. Everyone starts moving incredibly slowly, and some people really dominate. The best DM events I had was when a DM picked up on what my party was doing, deep in the orc caves or elsewhere, and we could just get onto the quest and start doing it straight away. But no, I mean, mostly when I see a DM event start, I run a mile because of exactly what Red Rope's just said.
I'm pretty much in agreement with you regarding Discord. I think you're right about not using it to initially gather people, for the most part anyway. And yeah, I think, as I've learned, players have 2 speeds: too fast and too slow. It's never perfect. It's always one of those. Yeah.
I've got a lot of admiration for DMs that can run things quickly. You know, jumping between different NPCs, having them give their lines, keep things moving. Often DMs, when they join the team, they ask me for advice, and that's often one of the first things I say is learn how to keep your event moving, because
Mm,
everything can go into super slow motion, and it's absolute horror. The other problem, the other piece of advice I give DMs is work out how to end your event, because players might not
mm,
realize that something's over, and so they keep sending messages to the DM channel or keep trying to talk to the NPC. You know, they want to continue it, so you need to send a pretty strong signal to them, like, okay, this is finished now, because otherwise they'll just keep doing it. And if there's no DM online, you know, they're shouting at the NPC they've been talking to for the last 2 hours who isn't responding, or taking some object to sort of create this continuing quest. So the other piece of advice I give to DMs is when finishing a quest, give everyone a burst of experience points, and that'll give
yeah.
them the message that, okay, this is finished now.
Yeah, that's a good one. I almost always do that if something's over. Yeah, it's a good signal. I'm going to have to leave you again. Thank you for listening to my little rant and a little question. Uh, have a great evening, guys. Bye bye.
You too. Yep.
In my head, I imagined myself largely finishing this dungeon this evening and doing like a 4 hour stream and getting everything done. And it's been, what, more than 3 hours now, and I've managed about 200 meters of this dungeon. So, but the conversation's been worthwhile, and we've had a lot of people taking part, I've noticed.
Yep.
I did schedule this event in advance. This was
Well, now you're banned.
this was uh, this was asked for by someone, but the nature of my real life is I can't actually do that very easily. You know, this evening I had an opening where I knew I would be alone. I knew I would have a bit of time, but often I don't have time. I don't know when I'll have time, and I don't know when I'll be interrupted. So sometimes I'm just going to stream and not record on Twitch and not save the video. Other times I'll schedule it. So, but at the moment, pretty much every time I'm opening the tool set, I'm streaming. Earlier today, I just had my music on and just was working in the tool set and just streamed it for a little while. So it won't always be a big event when I'm doing this.
Sometimes I might show up and be like your drunk uncle during Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving.
Yeah, being from Europe, I don't really know much about Thanksgiving,
Well,
nor do I
some
wish to.
countries just had natural holidays, and some countries, in order to stave off all of the proles rising up and eating everyone alive, they invented holidays, in order to make them happy, and that's why Thanksgiving exists in America.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to belittle your national holidays. Here in Germany, almost every holiday seems to involve chocolate, as far as I can tell.
Amazing.
There is a lot of chocolate. It never seems to stop being some sort of chocolate themed holiday. But
Und Bier.
yeah, yeah, I don't actually drink, so don't really participate in that so much. I mean, I very occasionally drink and then I get very, very drunk, but I'm not someone
Same
that
here.
drinks
I
day to day.
never really been big in the booze-a-hole zone.
I think there's a danger. There's a danger with Arelith and drinking. You know, very often you do
Oh,
get people that
definitely.
are logging on drunk and then regretting it later.
I know someone that got like really drunk and then had like a really bad encounter with someone, and then like they deleted their character, which they wouldn't have done if they were not drunk, because their brain was poisoned.
I don't
It's a
object.
depressant.
I don't object to brain poisoning. I just chose not to do it with alcohol. But
Yeah.
you know, that's just how it is. No, my one vice now is pretty much just chocolate. I had a
Just don't
question.
eat American chocolate.
Yeah, I tried
Don't
that.
do it.
My local supermarket has some sort of American enthusiast, so every now and then they have these American products. So a while back, like last year, they had Twinkies, and I've often seen about Twinkies referenced in culture, and I thought, well, I'd try one of these. It was just a dreadful object. I thought it would be nice because I have quite a sweet tooth, but wow, did I regret buying those? It seemed to be filled with liquid plastic.
Yeah. If
Uh,
you make your own Twinkie, like the entire concept behind a Twinkie is actually it's delightful. It's just basically like it would be like an angel food cake with some cream inside of it. Um, but an actual Twinkie is just it's processed garbage. Please kill me. But you won't have to have someone kill you. It will kill you.
well, they do have a lot. Certainly, I know this from being the kind of news junkie that I am. There is a lot less standards in the USA for some aspects of food and consumables. So, but then
Yeah.
again, it also has some just the best food in the world.
Yeah.
Can be a
We
mistake.
don't have the cucumber size regulations from Brussels.
Yeah, but no, there is
If you ever have a chance, try an American milk chocolate like Hershey bar, like brand name.
I did try a Hershey bar. They had them there as well. I
What did you think of the flavor?
It honestly just tasted just kind of. I didn't really taste chocolate. It just tasted kind of sugary. It tasted like a kind of. Well, actually, it tasted like candy rather than chocolate.
I've had a lot of people tell me it tastes like vomit. Like it and I mean that like seriously, it has like a bile kind of taste. A lot of non-Americans.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like it, but well, I say I didn't like it. I have a problem with chocolate, and frankly, I'm not a connoisseur.
Yeah.
I will, if someone buys me like some really expensive chocolate, I will tell them that it's like buying an alcoholic a bottle of expensive champagne. You don't need to do that. You can just give me the cheapest chocolate bar you can find, and I will be happy. So, had a Hershey bar, I ate it. I was sad I didn't have another one.
True American decadence in terms of our snacks are Reese's cups. Reese's peanut butter cups.
They had those at my local supermarket during this American week too. They were good. They were just a bit too heavy. I could imagine having some kind of heart problem if I bought too many of them.
Someone has now scratched out the name of a familiar called Morsel and called it Twinkie. Okay, so food lore in the realms. Tacos exist.
How do you know this stuff? I mean, really, that's pretty specialist knowledge
I frequent Candlekeep.
now.
That's
Okay.
where I will ask questions, and sometimes you
The
can actually get
Candlekeep
contact with Ed
forums.
Greenwood. And in one string, someone asks him if tacos exists, and he's like, yes. Ed, generally, when you ask him something, I don't think he has a plan for everything. He does have his own realms, but instead of saying like, no, it doesn't exist, he'll just pull it out of his ass immediately, and then like relate it to. He'll just make a story about it. Let's see. Let me see if I can find that actual tacos in Forgotten Realms. Dear Ed, are there tacos in Farron? Or something like them at least? If so, where would someone find them and what cultures would they be in? Asking for my taco-loving players. And he responded with, Taco is not a name known on Toril. But fried hard-crust round breads, what some real-worlders might call pitas, but fried crispy hard, that have been stuffed with a hot-cooked mix of minced meat, spices, vegetables, diced and fried onions and or potatoes and or Brussels sprouts and or asparagus and or leeks and or artichoke hearts and or radishes and or mushrooms, and any sauces are known and devoured eagerly in many eateries, especially in the Vilhan, the land south to the Shar and beyond, so places like Inarlith, and south to include Lurin and Var the Golden, and are slowly spreading along the trade routes in all directions to Chisenta and eastern Pethir and to Kalimshan and the Lake of Steam cities, and to Scornabel. You can even order them in some inns and taverns. Yes, they're becoming a new thing in tavern fare. In Socumber, the meat tends to be whatever is plentiful and cheap locally, from lamb to rabbit, and all manner of small scurrying things from tree cats, squirrels. Yes, that's what squirrels are called in Forgotten Realms. Tree cats. To rats, and the flavor profile varies from merely savory to hot spiced. Most establishments will ask hot or warming equals fiery or mild when you order. So a folded over, exposed, spilling, edged taco is a rare thing indeed, and cheese drenched tacos are a special variant version, anywhere they can be had. But the same sort of ingredients and essentially the same combination. So a flat closed taco, which varies from a hand pie, and that it was never full of gravy, and its outer pastry is thin and fried, crispy hard, can now be had in many places. What it's called varies from place to place. Along the Sword Coast, it tends to be called a fry hard. In the Vilhan, a crunch tart. In the south, a hot bite. And along the trade routes, any of these three or even something else. Elminster and the Seven all like hand-fry pies, made with 6 or 7 sorts of mushrooms, parsnips, leeks, or spring onions, all diced, and strong cheeses, no meat. The shell of a Torillian taco, whatever it is called, is often rather like cornbread in its composition, or a crisp naan, and is sometimes made by gluing 2 round tortilla-like discs together with cheese. There you go.
Okay, that was insane. That he either I don't know whether to admire him or kind of be frightened. I mean, really, he could have just said yes.
Well, you don't get yes from Ed if he decides to answer you on the realms.
That is just like an essay of something I really didn't need to know. But
exactly.
It's impressive. You can't fault that it's impressive.
Food DLC coming to Arelith.
I hope the current owners of the Nomad are watching this stream. This is that's their next event. It's going to be Taco Night or whatever you just said it was called night. Don't remind me. I'm going to try and forget that bit of conversation. But yeah, definitely that's not something I want to commit to memory.
And apparently, like, this is like an old thing, but it's something I've come into understanding more recently. Halflings have a drug problem, and it's a type of cheese called cheese with 3 E's. And it comes from like Lurin, and it is apparently described to be like opium.
Okay,
or heroin.
This sounds like a bannable offence on Arelith. Really, this sounds like this could lead to stern words from the DMs once we've got sort of cheese pushers hanging outside Bendir Gate.
They literally have like black market trading, and there's like it comes up in an adventure and story where there is a human or someone getting halflings addicted to cheese, and then he's like enslaving them and making them do evil.
Yeah, I mean that's I don't really know what to say to that. I could just picture a halfling using the lie emotes outside Bendir Gates, just saying cheese over and over again with lots of ease, and a DM coming to them and saying, "Hang on, what's this?" And them explaining.
Kuma, he said that there's 2 NPCs with the description in Goldoran, and it might be the 2 halfling brothers I made for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think I made them the pipeweed or pipe smoke.
Yeah, that's
brothers that are like little rogues.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I really like that area in Goldoran. actually.
It is a nice one.
People ask me what I was proud of, and I should have mentioned that because I really like that. I'd like to base my role play in that shop and just be kind of criminal. It's not really got a huge amount of use, but I'm a big fan
Irongron
of
quote.
that
I like
area.
crime.
I do like crime. I mean, role playing crime. Let's be
You
fair.
wouldn't steal a horse, would you? You wouldn't go to the printing press and copy a bunch of books from a player and then sell them without their permission, would you?
You're quoting the anti-video piracy advert. Sorry. See, now I'm thinking of the associated. Yes, what is it in? I think it's in the is it in the IT crowd where they're watching that. Um, it's a really funny bit of that episode, but probably a bit too strong for the language for this stream. Okay, so this big cluster of placeables here, they're not going to stay there. It's just things that I want to dip in and out of when making this area. I have selected a flag that I'm going to use in these areas. This one. It's not ideal, but it seems to be the one that most suits the mathematics of the insect creatures. The thing that put me off using Formians in the past was they're just so similar to stingers in their appearance, and stingers have been a real feature of the Underdark for quite some time, so a lot of this dungeon and the monsters, I want to try and differentiate them from that, really make it clear that this is not the same,
I'd like to see maybe another stinger dungeon somewhere, because apparently they're becoming a nuisance in the realms. Because of the contact that was made with Maztica, the stingers used to only exist over there. But then there, in that adventure, a drow was involved, one of the albino drow that pretend to be normal elves, and it's not really entirely relevant. But they traveled through the Underdark to get to Farron, and then some of the stingers there became aware of the passages and have started infesting under and the places in the lands of intrigue.
I mean, if I was adding another Stinger dungeon, it would have to cater to a different part of the player base, and given that our Stingers are kind of low level, and that they exist relatively, that dungeon, is relatively near Cawdor. The only place I could really see them, because of their level, having a dungeon would be in the Skull Crag somewhere. In the
That could be interesting.
foothills. That's the only area, but even then, that's kind of close. I don't know. It's only really worth adding 2 dungeons of the same creatures if they cater to different players, and they wouldn't fit on scale to the theme of it. So, yeah, it's hard to say.
We just put the ice VFX on them, and now they're ice stingers.
I'm not beneath that. I'm not above that.
Hey,
sorry.
It happens in D&D all the time. It's like, well, these are monkey bees. Monkey bees are real, by the way. That's a thing.
Yeah, so are those flying cat things, but they're never going to make their way onto Arelith.
Trestums, buttercats. A Trestum actually exists on the vault, but it's not cute. It's not good. They got a panther and gave it the fairy dragon wings.
Yeah, there are plenty of things in the Forgotten Realms that I won't go near for Arelith. I really became an expert, if you can call me that, on the Forgotten Realms just by virtue of playing Arelith and needing to design it. But it's one of the real strengths of the Forgotten Realms is you can take what you like and leave the rest, and
Yeah.
it rips off so
Dra-
many other things that if you like Lovecraftian stuff, you can insert it pretty nicely. If you like your Viking mythology, and by all means add it in. But there are some
the,
things I would just avoid.
the Tressym was introduced to Arelith in the elder days of the Elven civilization, and then when humanity met the elves, um, one among them called Gron the Conqueror was so insulted by their presence and aggravated by them that he killed every Tressym.
Yeah, yeah. That would be fine by me. And it's not that I dislike cats, it's just that the whole cuteness thing can go
Oh
too
God.
far.
So party has posted the Vault Tressums.
I've got to have a
Good
look at
God.
them. Oh, God.
They actually look like Grumpy Cat's avatar with wings.
God, we would see them everywhere. That is brilliant.
They need googly eyes.
Okay, so I just had a quick glance at the development general and could see that the tone of this discussion has dropped significantly. Stream begins with a lot of serious questions and ends up with people posting pictures of, most lately, a winged cat in a top hat and a monocle. It's just for all of our Twitch viewers, especially those watching this later. You can't see the accompanying Discord chat to this stream, but just let me assure you, you're not missing anything worthwhile.
It's true. Edensful has asked, what is the level range of this new dungeon you're working on?
I can answer this by doing this. Formian Archer. There he is. The Mayan March Queen's Guard. You won't see their scaling on the tool set. Their scaling, when I've done it with a variable, it only shows in game. So there's a wizard. So like the queen is actually very large. Stingtail, Taskmaster, and the worker. So here are some of the creatures. There will be more that I'll make. I mean, what have we got there? 9 or something. I'll be adding about 5 more. Also, they use psionics to enslave people, so they'll have thralls in the dungeon too. I guess a good look at a low end one is the archer. Let's see what CR the archer is. Kind of properties pop up and then they vanish. Just click on the tool set. So 18. That's quite the low end, I suspect.
Probably something like an early Epics dungeon.
Honestly, it depends on the strength of the character, the build, and the party. 19 for the soldier there, so pretty much all around 20. So I think, remember that this is going to be one of many dungeons I plan on putting about the Underdark trade post, the Ogre Fist, which I'm basically going to rework to be the kind of Underdark equivalent of Sabayad, as in a place where you can go to do lots of quests that has a sort of different overall theme. And I think Andanor could just really do with having somewhere outside of the city just to get away to and do different things. And we
Will
also
that be a place that's shared between the surface and the Underdark, or Underdark exclusive?
Brigendenstein as well. It's very close to the trade post.
Okay.
And these quests will serve Brigendenstein, of course. The interesting thing, I guess, for some Underdark players is we have like that gnome town, the goblin town underneath the Upper Shire. That is connected effectively to the Underdark in this region around the trade post. So they will get a quest there to do that dungeon. So
Okay.
there'll be I'm planning on adding about 8 dungeons around that number to this area. I've got the creatures, already the different groups. They're all creatures between about CR is challenge rating between sort of 16 and 24. So high, mid, low, epic area with lots of dungeons, and yeah, that's what I plan on here. So hopefully that'll be good. One thing I will add, I'm not going to do it now, I'll do it at the end of this area, is when you have floor, you see all this floor everywhere, just using dirt patches here in the standard tile set, just all over, adding dirt patches and scuff marks just makes it look much better. So this dirt patch just here, and the mold, this one, you can barely see it, but it breaks up the area a bit, because it's a bit of an assault on the eyes when you get this endless pattern. So just breaking it up with marks on the floor can be nice.
It's like some Bob Ross stuff, Instead of happy little trees, just dirty little smudge.
I keep being likened to Bob Ross, which relatively flattering. One thing I like to do also when I have the opportunity for an area like that, these tunnels underneath, is the flickering torch that I mentioned before that I really like using. Um, really serves to highlight the textures on the walls and the shadow reflections, and they look really good in this location. Now this is not a hack. This is the first torch bracket. You can see how it reflects on the walls there. I probably have to. You can see there how much better that looks. See, that's what it'd look like without it. Look at the ones next to it. That is pretty dull. But if you're a character walking through, suddenly that looks really cool. So I like using these torches in these underpasses, because it also reflects on the ceiling there. I hope anyone that's watching can appreciate what I mean, why I like to use torches there. So, okay, this area here, there's 2 of these. This is a symmetrical dungeon, I said. I'm not going to address this for the same reason that I said in the... If you've got narrow areas, then don't use placeables. You're just going to cause pathfinding problems. But when you have grids like this, I find it a good opportunity to put down traps. Make sure there's a safe route and a dangerous route. Scout goes through looking for the traps, figuring them out. It's also a way to slow down parties that are running crazily through. So we're going to do that here. In this case, the torch can be a clue, in that the other 2 routes will have traps. What I'm going to do here with the traps, rather than have it cover the entire way, I just find it looks prettier when it covers just a particular flagstone. So you trace the edge of the trap around the stone. So, kind of trap that pisses people off. The sonic and gas traps.
The answer is all of them?
Yeah, but some of them just do damage, and honestly, damage is just a question of heal kits, and that's kind of what makes dungeons a bit dull. How many heal kits you have determines how you get through a dungeon. So if you have traps that just do damage, then all you're really doing is making characters stop and use heal kits, or killing them outright. So damage traps aren't the most exciting thing. Gas traps will poison them, and then they have to sort of stop and think about healing or use their antidotes. So that's pretty good. However, the best two traps I find, well, gas traps and negative traps, they basically do the same thing. They'll reduce the stats on characters as they become poisoned or have level drain, requiring them to use objects in their inventory. But when you're talking about actually making an adventure, an area more challenging, the go-to traps I think are Sonic and Tangle. Tangle will slow the characters, so that's a good thing to put in if you've got archers nearby. If you've got a lot of archers but the slow traps, that gives the archers an advantage. Sonic traps will stun and they'll affect a large area. So here we have to imagine a party of characters running in, and they're not really concerned about the surroundings. They just want to run through. Maybe there's a runic chest at the end of this dungeon, so they're going to get here. They're just going to run at high speed through. So sonic traps are the ones I want to use, because a tangle trap will affect just the person that springs it. A sonic trap will affect everyone in the area, causing the whole party to be stunned and then cut down by the advancing monsters. So these can be avoided, so I'm going to use epic sonic traps. Now, epic sonic traps are going to do a fair bit of damage, and they're going to stun the people that stands on it and those people around them. But here's a risk. If they're recoverable, then it's also a bit of a payday. Do we really want a rogue coming in and coming out with 20 epic sonic traps that they can lay outside Myon for their next PvP event? We probably don't want that. So
oh man, that's too real.
In this, it comes from experience. You spend a long time building in the toolset. I think a lot of people might not realise that putting disarmable traps down, disarmable sonic traps down, will somewhere down the line lead to some dead elves in the Arelith forest. So in this case, yeah, they're not disarmable. I put a detection on them, which should be manageable even for characters with low search. So 28. I'm not doing it higher because otherwise you need search to survive this dungeon, but 28 means they're going to slow down. They're going to slow down to try and see where they are. They're not going to be one shot. And yeah, they can't be recoverable. It would be nice if there was a recoverable button, to be honest, because I'd like them to be disarmable. I just know that they'd end up in the inventory of a drow raider. So because I want to put down probably about 30 of these between these two areas that are similar, I'm going to
We could probably get like a smarter contributor to maybe think about making some like developer only kind of traps that like disappear and are like custom, so they don't.
I have some amazing developer only traps here actually. Two different types. I'll quickly show you. Where is my one? Custom trap trigger, and there's one action replay did as well. Probably better than mine. Let me have a look at my custom trap trigger, if this is my one. Or it might be his. I'll have to just check the properties.
Synchro there is in chat. Like maybe he could make a trap that when you walk over it, it drains your bank account.
God, that's a great idea. I'm not sure how to logically explain it, but what a way to deal with the excessive gold characters have. Oh, it's fantastic. Okay, so this is my dynamic trap. Did I put comments on it to explain? No. If you do create stuff, and I haven't done it here, but fill in the comments section. This is for other developers to see just what they're looking at and how it works. I haven't put it on there, so let's look at the variables. So, does this trap apply knockdown? Does this, how long until the trap resets? What kind of damage type? You can type in like reflex, you can type in like bludgeoning, slashing, the number of dice to roll, the type of dice to roll and the number of dice, the save DC, the save type, the visual effects number. There's another variable that I had added to this, which is move to waypoint. So if you fail, you move to the waypoint. So if we were looking at the Troglodyte dungeon, we have these pit traps, and the pit traps will do bludgeoning damage and move people to the shark pit that's below. Obviously, having sharks in the Underdark in a pit is illogical, but then again, it was an opportunity to make a shark pit, so I did it. So there's these pits you can fall down into, and they use this trap. They use this kind of thing, but that's not what I want here. I don't want a custom trap. I want a standard sonic trap, and I want to have them all over. I don't want it every time I put one down, change the values to match this one. So I'm going to add it to the palette. If you add stuff to the palette, as I'm doing here, it means that it will appear in the custom palette here. I don't need to upload it to Arelith. That would be a bad idea. We just end up having bloat on our custom palette. I just need it here for the duration of building this area. So now I can just keep laying these down without worry about changing all the values. So
it's good when you're making like multiple corridor doors or something like that, when you want them associated with something and don't want to plug in everything.
Yeah, I think some people just misunderstand. They think if it's added to the palette and then they don't upload the actual palette entry, will it still work? Yeah, once it's down in the area, it will still work. You don't need it on the live module on the palette.
Unless it's something like really specific, but if it's anything that has like variables, it's good. As long as those variables exist and scripts are attached to them.
So placing down these traps is going to be tedious. It's going to take me a little while. I'm not going to look at the chats while I'm doing it because I just want to get this done. But basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a safe route, and the safe route will involve going through here. The safe route will probably involve, if you follow in the mouse, going up here, going there, going down there, then down here, then along there, and around this corner to go in there. And everything else will be covered in these traps. So, yeah. That's what I'm doing here. I might put one or two in on the safe route, because they can be avoided if you can detect them. But just much more on the dangerous route, so they're very hard to avoid. Did I just put down a temporal rift trap by accident? A lot of dungeon design is, particularly on Arelith, I'm sure it's not true on other servers where maybe players behave in a different way, but it's about slowing down the characters. You know, it's about slowing down the party, getting them to stop and think about what they're doing.
Do a little bit of strategy.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not it's not even just strategy. It's literally just making it take longer. Because if you have valuable resources, then they're just going to be hoovering up experience points and valuable treasures, and you want that to happen just a bit more slowly. So you know, it's I mean, it's risk and reward, and that's and reward is often just based on how much can you get for the time, you know. And there are some dungeons that have been designed badly, including by myself, that people will just run through. And yeah, if you can do things to avoid that, then do. But by all means, talk about other things while I'm doing this, because this isn't going to be thrilling to watch.
Watching dev streams the meta the dungeon safe route. Uh, anyone have questions out there about anything? Anything?
Actually, let me just qualify that. Questions about Arelith, Neverwinter Nights, possibly Dungeons and Dragons, but we should probably
Okay.
avoid entirely unrelated topics.
Yeah. Well, the answer is if you go into your mom's purse and you get us that magical card in there, you could tell us what the numbers are. No, when does Bane take over the island? I think the better question there is when does Cyric take over the island? Mystic Theurge when? I don't really think you can do Mystic Theurge on Arelith without it being wildly underwhelming or overpowered. It's sort of, yeah. People are talking about psionics. Yeah, psionics is another thing. It's like it'd be cool, but like you would have to invent some way of doing psionics, which is sort of like Vancian magic stuff, but it's got like points. It's like very limited super specialist. That's like that would require like a very passionate code monkey in the stamp of Gron.
Just to
Were there
mention,
any?
sorry,
Hmm?
just to mention with psionics, Formians will know everything that's happened. Can communicate for 50 miles via psionics, and everything will be relayed to the Queen. And as a kind of in a kind of hive mind mentality, threats will be responded to, decisions will be made. If outside that 50-mile, if one of them gets caught outside of their psionic range, apparently what I was seeing is that they just start moving in a very mathematic search pattern until they regain the signal to the Queen. How that relates to dungeon design is that we can presume that they know the adventurers are coming. So you know, that's quite a cool thing, that if the characters are attacking this dungeon, then they are expected, and that gives us a nice logical reason that it's incredibly dangerous for them.
It's the dungeon is just the plot to the movie Ants.
Sorry, is that a comment for?
Oh no, that's just me.
Okay.
It's Ants or A Bug's Life.
Yeah,
Take your choice. It's one of those.
they're both the same. Those movies, I seem to recall.
Very very similar. Were there any plans to use the old sites for anything like Stonehold, like Keep, the Drow City? Well, I mean, like you kind of see that already. They're like dungeons and like Kolingen even. Like a lot of people probably don't know this, but Kolingen actually used to be a like a playery settlement thing, like in the elder days.
It would be nice to change up those areas and give every area more of a ongoing narrative. Certainly, I think
Yeah.
that the Light Keep has been in its current state much too long.
Yeah.
Something needs to change there, but it becomes about development time. Again, it
And
just
like
comes
how to
about.
accomplish it.
I actually had an idea for that for a very long time, but it's never been high on my list of priorities. It comes back to this thing about Arelith never being finished, and I always have these projects I want to do, and always this backlog. I really think I could be working on this for the next 30 years and still have it feel very unfinished. In fact, I rather suspect I will be working on it for the next 30 years. So.
Back when Mayan was still floaty, I always thought how neat it would be to use like the old, the Ailing Mythal and the Hellgate portal, you know, using them to like close one off and just have Mayan be like a normal reachable settlement again. It's just you just float it down on it. Boop. You got elves in the forest.
In all my time playing the server, for years I never went to Mayon. I think I went there once and quickly left again. I mean, I was used to seeing it from the DM client or the toolset, although I don't use the DM client very much at all. I'm kind of a reluctant DM. I think they do an amazing job. I really do. But can be a really thankless task. I don't think people realise. I think some people think DMs are kind of power mad and they're just partying in the DM area and having fun, but having to just watch people for ages, to judge their role play, to deal with all the player complaints, to it is a really hard job, and they're also the public face of the server. But yeah, with Mayon, I never really engaged with it. I didn't.
Yeah, I think it had like problems with it, and it wasn't just like the Mythal entrance that isolated it. Like it kind of made it an issue, but it had like without like making this dramatic, I guess like I was like one of the people that went in and kind of shook things up in there, which made some people very mad at me because of the sort of entrenched sort of roleplay that was in the area. Was kind of like people would hang on the other side of the Mythal and drink wine and never go outside, which seems very elfy, but I never really got it when it comes down to like being adventurers and stuff like that.
I,
Um,
I think we've had a lot of closed communities over the years on Arelith. I think we've seen that in Brigendenstein, definitely. We certainly saw it in old Udo's. These become not just enclosed communities of characters, but enclosed communities of players. And they naturally become incredibly protective over something that they have. I mean, the old arcane tower would be another example there. They become incredibly protective, perhaps even paranoid of anything upsetting the status quo in something they've been working on and experiencing together for years. That they end up really valuing it is understandable, but
yeah,
from the perspective of other players, what they see is this exclusive place that they're kind of, first of all, they're excluded from,
like
and
like
secondly,
they own it.
that never changes. That never that becomes incredibly stagnant. Um, because they become a clubhouse for a particular group of players. So on one hand, I understand that people get incredibly defensive and will shut out people that go in trying to shake things up, as you say, because they're terrified of losing this
Change.
place. Well, losing the place that's become to mean so much to them, but also losing the history that together they've made. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't agree. I think people should be prepared to lose things, and I think there has always been this thing that people mention of basically entitlement. That's the only way to put it, and I don't mean that to diss players, but you know, I don't care how long you've played somewhere, you didn't make it and it doesn't belong to you. If I make
Yeah.
something on the server, I make it for all of the players and they all should have the chance to play there. I mean, I had people tell me with Sencliff, and I made that and I put a lot of effort into it, saying, well, Irongron, you may have made it, but we made it what it is. And it's like, well, sure, you had the opportunity to do that, but that doesn't mean that other players wouldn't have done something else. It's not that what you did has more value than what other people might have done if your group hadn't dominated it for so very long. It's not, I mean, I really appreciate when players make something special like that. It's great for everyone, but we shouldn't pat ourselves on the back for controlling somewhere at the expense of other players. It's not that what we do is better than what anyone else might have done had the same opportunity. I mean, I also had a request from the Arcane Tower some time ago now saying, we'd like to control the portal. We'd like to be able to control who can use the portal and who can't. Now, at this time, that was the only source portal pretty much on the server. So the only means of immediate travel. Now, if you handed that over to a group of players, then they'd basically be able to decide who could play on Arelith and who couldn't, because good luck trying to play on Arelith if you couldn't use the one source portal in the game. On the surface. And I get why logically players felt that, this is their roleplay space. This is, logically they should be able to control it. But on the other hand, the game has to be for everyone to play, and everyone should have the opportunity to make use of these areas. And we should never think that by virtue of our roleplay, we have more right to an area than anyone else. Being able to control an area, being able to create a long history there, that's a privilege. It's not something. It's not something to be. It's not something you can use to stake a claim on a corner of the server in perpetuity.
Sometimes people kick you in the teeth. It just happens. And it isn't necessarily a conspiracy or anything like that. I guess on an out of character level, it's never necessarily. It could be a conspiracy in game. It legitimately could be.
Yeah, but I mean, people
The
can.
gnomes are gonna overthrow Brog. Like, it's gonna happen.
Oh, it would be amusing replacing all of those statues and stuff. I mean, obviously it's not going to happen, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound hostile to the players. I really appreciate when players do make these incredible histories, and I don't think they should ever be forgotten. And I think at the same token, if we create these enclosed spaces, then that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Mayon had the Mythal, Udo's had the gates. Um, if we create areas where characters could lock themselves away, I mean, Sencliff had this guild house in the centre that indicated that they ruled over the whole place and they could just lock the doors. It's yeah, I mean, it's partly down to module design, and module design is a learning process. There's plenty of things I've built and then realised later that, okay, that wasn't a good idea to build it that way.
Leave the gatekeeping to the NPCs.
But like I say, I understand characters feeling threatened, I mean, I really do. They imagine you're
Yep.
playing an elf in Mayon and you're looking around at the rest of the server, and again, Philip, forgive my language, but it's a fucking shit show out there. I mean, people are PvPing, factions are changing all the time, everything is just an absolute hell, and you've got this one place that is really nice with people that are committed to their role play and a narrative that is consistent and stretches for years, and then people show up and it's like the barbarians at the gate. You just think, oh
Yeah.
shit, they're gonna do to us what they've done to everywhere else. So I get the paranoia, I understand that. And what happened in Benwick in the Lightkeep. I really liked the Lightkeep. I loved playing there. I wasn't part of the decision process to have it fall. I didn't entirely agree with the logic that some people had, that this place had become so insular that it had to fall. Um, I found it a lot of the time just a really nice place to be and to meet people and to role play that whole lawful good thing. I liked it, but its fall was a fantastic event. It was really, it was a nice reminder that everything is fragile, but
It was
you
also
know
an inside job.
of course, yeah, I remember. And but a lot of people couldn't enjoy it because they were so mad that this place was being taken away from them, and that's not good. We could say the same about the fall of Wharftown. It was probably the same with Cullingan back in the day. When stuff changes and we lose content, whether it's Udo's or Wharftown or the Lightkeep, we should really look upon these things as an opportunity, not a burden.
All right, we need to rebuild Wharftown by kind of quasi opening up like a half orc camp there. So we move it there and we call it Pigtown. There we go.
And again, was that yourself or a comment?
Oh, that was just me.
Okay. I don't know don't know when you're reading
I
out.
don't, I don't even know what I'm saying sometimes.
With Wharftown, I don't want to spoil everything, but there's something afoot there. It hasn't finished. I had a plan at the time when the Shadow Wharftown thing was happening, and it's still a plan now. So there's more to come on that score. Keep in mind that with Wharftown, when it was destroyed, I'd only just finished making it. I mean, it existed before and it was wonderful work by Artos, but I just remade it. It hadn't been live for that long, and it was kind of sad to see somewhere that I just created, was very proud of, get destroyed. But it was also a sort of glorious feeling to see that event transpire and to just destroy something in that way. But yeah, the story of Wharftown is not over. That's all I can say. Any more questions coming in?
No. Just a little kind of what that might spur some people to ask some questions.
I don't want people to feel they're obliged to ask questions, of course. I'll just quickly check
Yeah.
Twitter.
Yeah, I was looking over at Twitch. We got a guy posting some very wide-eyed emoji.
It
Guy
looks
got
like we had more comments from Jakacha there.
Yeah, that was a while back. I was trying to like read his things, but there was a lot, and then I think we started talking about tea, and then I looked over, and I don't think he was there anymore. I felt bad. What's the average airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
I can see Kat asking, is King Edward actually a werewolf
Werewolf.
after he got hit by the Malorite Black Arrow? Well, let's say he doesn't get seen in public very much. Um, you know, um, I'm not going to. I'm
He's
neither
got the
gonna.
curse of black blood.
I'm neither gonna confirm nor deny that there is something deeply wrong with the king.
He was man in the Iron Mask for a while too. Who knows?
For a very long time. Um, yeah, it's very much part of his character. What I like there, I mean, I'll go over this now for people that don't know. Um, I don't want to give too much away about some stuff that's still secret in the game or semi-secret, but the Cawdors didn't rule Arelith pretty much since it was created. There was Duke Galveston, and then the Patrician. But then when they made back and made what was like the Arelith prehistory server, the fixed level, they had the family Cawdor. And I decided that it would be nice if there was a surviving heir. So I put down various clues in the certain area of the module that a branch of the Cawdor family did indeed survive. And this could be pieced together by, still can be, by reading certain items in that area and discovering a hidden area nearby. And at the same time as doing this, I added the nameless prisoner in a hidden cell behind a really high DC lock on the shadow plane. And I knew this nameless prisoner was Edward Cawdor, the one surviving heir. Now, at this time on the server, um, some of the NPCs were gradually sort of, this quest was happening about trying to find the heir, but Edward Cawdor, the current king, existed in the shadow plane behind a high DC locked door with the name the nameless prisoner. Too weak to speak and unable to be freed for probably about 2 real life years before he was eventually freed. Before everything was kind of put together and the quest started happening. So yeah, he was the nameless prisoner, and he existed on the server for a very long time. And yeah, that's why he kind of looks quite sickly.
I think I've done dark rituals in those abandoned secret areas before. They're perfect for that. I think they're still in there. We got a message from Arak, the Black Unicorn, about are there any plans to upgrade the Sharps or Devil's Table, much like the Greyport?
Um, yeah, I felt Greyport. Well, actually, let's be clear. Backcountry did a fantastic visual update of the Sharps not long back. Okay, let me show you something. I just need to open my browser, and this question will be answered by a link I will share in just a moment. Okay, so I'm sharing this in the development general. be clear, I'm not sharing this because I'm asking for contributions. I'm sharing it because it's got screenshots you're all going to want to see. I will share it on Twitch too. I'm a bit cautious of sharing it on Twitch because out of context, people will think it's a request for donations, which it really isn't. Okay, well, this is the Arelith assets on Patreon, if you're listening. This is where I am paying a professional Neverwinter Nights developer with credits in the actual game to produce new tile sets. You can see on this Patreon, 2 patrons, $210 a month. I'm one of those 2, and I'm paying $200 a month. Now, he has been creating you can only see a tiny bit of it there, but what I call the missing tile set, the missing interior tile set. This provides interiors for buildings that are supported in the main game but don't have any actual interior version. Now, on Neverwinter Nights, a lot of these tile sets have interiors and exteriors. The city certainly does, but the Underdark doesn't. This is why we end up using the fort interior, and it doesn't work very well. And one of the major themes, as you can see by looking at some of these images there, is that these are interiors for the Sverfneblin buildings and the Poor Sector Underdark buildings, which you see a lot around Andernor and very much in the Sharps. So this project, I'm still talk with him quite regularly. It's this tile set is very nearly done, the Underdark one. You can also see caravan interiors there as well, because I really want proper caravan interiors, but it pales in comparison to this Underdark interior. Now, you only have to put 2 and 2 together to see if you're asking about is there going to be an expansion to the Sharps, well, hell, I wouldn't be spending, I've been spending $200 a month on this for well over a year. I wouldn't be spending this money if that wasn't planned, and I'm holding back on doing much with the Sharps until that is done. And, we're going to see some great new content, and we're going to see some new content, as you can see, that looks like actual part of the game. The thing about the missing tile set interior compared to other projects on the Neverwinter Nights vault, this fits into Neverwinter Nights. This slots in an entirely convincing way, and it's going to look like an official expansion to the game because it's covering actual existing content. And I have a list of buildings in Neverwinter Nights that need interiors. Like that large picture there is, if you turn your attention back to the stream, let me show you the building I'm talking about. In fact, I can just go back to this area and put it down temporarily if there's space for it. I hate trying to put an interior for this building. That's the interior to this building. That image on the assets, I'll copy it to the Arelith official Discord, to the development general. For anyone that's not followed the link.
Oh yeah.
So you can see that, and then compare that interior to this exterior that you've got on the actual stream. Now, there are no good circular interiors in the tile set. I use this building for the dungeon. I forget the monster's name. The ones that are an H.G. Wells ripoff. That's it.
Yeah, the Grimlocks.
And actually having a building that matches the exterior, for me it means a lot. And we're going to also have treehouse interiors, natural wood interiors to match the treehouse doors that we have. So we can
Very
go into the
nice.
forest and have areas that look like they're interiors that look like organically grown tree areas. But yeah, having these new interiors, it's going to be great. So
Yeah,
you know,
not having to use diagonal like corridors in the Grimlocks area would be
and
very
having
nice.
these Sverfneblin interiors for those buildings. I mean, I'm incredibly excited by that. Anyone that's followed my time as a developer for Arelith will know that I started in the Underdark and that I have an incredible fondness for it. But when I took over the server, I had to concentrate on the surface. I'd been developing the Underdark. I pretty much remade it. I did so many dungeons, made the city of Andanor. I'd been working on it for years, and I had to turn my attention to the surface. So you saw all these expansions and additions, and as part of that, the Underdark got kind of overlooked.
Underdork.
Underdog, which is a Freudian slip there, considering just how tragic we all are. Um, the Underdark ended up being neglected as a result, really, until Backcountry started doing this amazing work down there. I mean, what he achieved in the Underdark was just brilliant, and work like that just it inspires me. He took much like Action Replay did with the ship system. He took something that I'd made and I was proud of and created something so good that I ended up being ashamed of what I had, what I was previously proud of. He's done some great stuff there. You know, and yeah, we're gonna see more of it. Very,
Action Replay is also a king. Just so you all know, he's very chill. He's like super nice, very helpful. I just wanted to say that.
yeah, you're wasting your breath. You'll be long in bed by now, and he's not going to get this far through the stream to hear you praise him. So.
Oh, I know. He knows I love him.
Yeah, I mean, the whole staff is great, but Action Replay and I were a creative team together back when I was just a sort of contributing developer to Arelith, totally outside of any sort of decision-making process. He and I worked closely together for a really long time, and he's really good. I mean, I mentioned Backcountry before. I mean, he recently left, and there was, a lot of people on the forum saying they were sorry to see him go because of the quality of his work. He and Action Replay have something in common, is that they were both high concept developers. I mean, you look at you look at some of the stuff that he was doing. Both of them look to create things that are new and fresh for the server. While I'm plodding along doing this kind of data entry that you're seeing now, just drawing down endless traps, making dungeons that, however pretty, largely follow the standard that I've been working to for many years. Those two create the kind of developer that look to create something entirely new. You see it with the ship system, and you can see it with some of the buildings and structures that Backcountry was doing. And yeah, the server needs that. When you have that breath of fresh air, when you have this stuff coming in that isn't immediately recognizable, it's absolutely great. It really is.
Me, I'm going to my ultimate goal, the one thing I want to contribute on the server is to get as many shrines and altars out there in some sort of context or way for people to interact with. That's what I ideally would like to leave an imprint with, so people can have like natural areas, whether it's like to like do like little pilgrimages to, or like whatever, or to just have stuff, sometimes with how things change, like in the Underdark, you have a lot of uh, damnatio memoriae sort of things where like someone tries to play like a follower of Veyron or Ganadaur or something, and people just start going Loth Tlu Mala and smash everything and kind of discourage people from wanting to try to even try it. And I like to see like little things that at least allow people to know that they can do that.
There's going to
They
be
can.
more of an in-character reason to do that soon. That's all I can say there again, without wanting to spoil things. But anyone that is, recently we started moving the calendar forward on Arelith, whereas before we were frozen in 1 year of time. Because we've now slowed down time, we can start moving the calendar forward, which means that after about the year 1372, is that right? Um, we can follow effectively a different timeline, but still take the Forgotten Realms forward. Now, there are some things from that timeline, let me say, that I do plan on using, and there are other things which we won't use. Obviously, I've no intention to have anything like Spell Plague on Arelith. But there are other things, as I was discussing earlier with the Iron Throne, where I've taken that forward a bit. There are other things we can expect to happen in due course.
I think. I guess I'll be making like a little contribution to the East Wheel, with some of the stuff that I'm doing with the Assassin's Guild, which I guess without too many like spoilers, um, there will be like a Veyron shrine accessible to people, um, through an organization known for praising that man. I posted some of the pictures of what I've done so far.
I'm really excited about that. I think that's going to be really good. And Assassins could definitely use it.
Yeah.
Just want to
Yeah.
pick up on something WJLIII3 said, saying you could hear the disgust in my voice when I say the word Spell Plague. You're absolutely right. I mean, I consider this nothing less than a cynical cash grab to invalidate the source books that a lot of D&D players had been building up over the years in order to sell more. I think Spell Plague is awful, and I think turning around and changing the setting to such an extent just to sell loads of new tat is just an awful way to behave, frankly. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I shouldn't see it that way. Certainly, I'm not saying this out of bitterness. I don't own any Dungeons and Dragons source book other than one I got given last year. I just got everything offline. But just doing that to such a huge body of work that had been going for years, and all of these people that had spent so many thousands of dollars over the year building up the complete collection for that world, then just to totally remake the world with a rushed narrative thing. Yeah, I think it's awful. I really do, and I'm sure it was a cynical commercial decision that should be
The
called out
narrative,
for what it was.
like the narrative of like how it got to like the pivotal point about like Mr. being slain, is like something that they had actually been sort of guiding towards in late 3E, and then it just turns into like the perfect excuse to just destroy everything. Like they just
But it's like
okay, cool.
every nation. It was just like really
Yeah.
just everything, I mean, you've got DMs out there and world builders that had invested years of their life on this, and you just trash it all and say, yeah, well, hard luck. Now you need to buy some new books, and that
That
that that to me really is never going to be okay. It's never going to sit well with me.
yeah, and it just sort of went against like the whole thing of like there were certain areas of the realms that never had like a writer to touch them up again. Like they'd make the modules, but like you're saying, like you don't have to destroy that. They're just kind of quietly in the background waiting for someone to add to that if they choose to.
I've kind of had the feeling, and I mentioned this in the stream the other day, that, and again, I could be entirely wrong. I have no inside track on Wizards of the Coast or Forgotten Realms, and I'm really grateful to have been able to work on something actually official in regards to Tyrants of the Moonsea. But I get the feeling that source books and world building really isn't the focus that it once was. That it is now
Mhm.
much more about creating campaigns, having people like on Critical Role or whatever, play through them, and then selling those campaigns for other people to play. And much,
Here's Vin Diesel being Strahd von Zarovich in the
uh,
Ravenloft adventure.
and just they don't really want people making their own stuff anymore. That's how it feels from my perspective. But you know, fair enough. They want to sell stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, you
Their
know,
businesses.
it's that whole like give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll never buy one of your books again. It's 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 really it's really that. So I do understand the commercial element. I said this also with Neverwinter Nights. I think that they would never take the decision to make a game like this nowadays. Who would? It's entirely illogical. There is so much money to be made from fantasy MMOs. Why create an officially licensed Forgotten Realms game that allows us to do something like Arelith? To be in direct competition with, games like Neverwinter and whatever they have planned in the follow-up to their upcoming movie. It makes zero commercial sense. And here we are using official Forgotten Realms content and creatures, and not charging our players a penny. And as I said before, if it wasn't for the fact that Neverwinter Nights very explicitly gives us the permission to do this, I'm sure we would have got a cease and desist notification from Wizards of the Coast or Hasbro or forever long before now. I mean, we're effectively just,
Atari rises from the grave.
yeah. I mean, we are just using their content without, at the price of, what does Neverwinter Nights even cost nowadays? $5? I mean, what is that? That's nuts. We
I
and for that we can create our own Forgotten Realms online playable content. I understand why Wizards of the Coast are very careful about promoting Neverwinter Nights. I mean, they don't want people playing this, surely.
I feel like, and like thanks to Beamdog like reinvigorating it, but I always found it was kind of strange like how they chose to try to like monetize it, because originally they were talking about like redoing the campaign, and I kind of feel like what you would do is just sell like content, not necessarily even like the premium modules, but just like DLC content packs that just add more stuff that people could play with, or even unlock. That's where I thought they were gonna go with it, like you know, different rule sets. Like you could play it in the fifth edition rule set now. We've changed the mechanics of the game, like
I
stuff
think
like that.
I think that just runs into problems with how moddable it is. People would just start sharing that without paying for it, and it'd be kind of impossible to say who had bought it and who hadn't.
Mm.
The only thing they really could have done is to keep releasing DLCs, but that would be illogical because you want to kill this game. You know that if you're playing the money game and you're looking at where MMOs have gone since Neverwinter Nights was released and the money to be made, you don't want to bring more people into Neverwinter Nights. You want to get them playing something where you can charge them real money, where playing is not something you can just do for free forever. It's all about, yeah, getting people a constant source of revenue, and Neverwinter Nights doesn't offer that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not naive. I'm not going to falter. I'm not going to fault a company for wanting to make money. That's
That's what they do.
sure. And unlike a lot of role-playing games that are out there, unlike a lot of companies behind role-playing games that are out there, Hasbro is in the business of business. It's kind of similar to Games Workshop, but
I mean, even over at Beamdog, like I'm scared of Trent Ostner. Like I think he might be able to bench press everyone in this room.
and make his own weapons should it be
Yeah, he's a
required.
smith.
he's a
I
he's a
saw
smith,
it.
so
That's the deep lore. He will kill you. Dunk the monk. Oh no, it's happening again.
God, did someone mention that? Yeah, that upset me so much. That really did. They say, oh, can we like stream your server and do an event? And here I am, this sort of really kind of nerdy role-playing enthusiast, hoping, yeah, people are going to see what it's like as a living, breathing world, and then the Beamdog stuff I let on the game just turn it into. Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, I've said I said I would use strong language on these streams, but the uh, the list of obscenities just about to leak from my lips has made me decide I'm not going to talk more on that topic, other than to say I was not happy.
I'll be your anger translator. Fuck's sake, man. There you go.
That doesn't do it justice at all. I mean, we had all this stuff planned. We had DMs there. We talked about events and really being able to get people involved, and then they start doing that. It was awful. I remember when Neverwinter Nights was new. I was quite young and excited to see it released because of the world building aspect. I bought the game and I started playing the original campaign, and for about an hour and a half, and then thought, okay, this is absolutely fucking dire. I'd played, I was coming out of playing games like Planescape Torment and Fallout and even Baldur's Gate that had these great narratives and artistic areas. I could not stand the original campaign. It seemed like such a step
Oh yeah.
backwards. I couldn't believe that this was the sequel to those games. So
Hello, I'm Tommy Undergallows.
it was awful. Anyway, so I went to the the first games that had been created by people, these first servers, and every single one I logged into was just full of dead NPCs. I went through this list of probably about 40 that were on there, and they were just full of broken things and dead people and nothing else, because players, like a horde of raging barbarians, had just rampaged through all of these little servers people had tried to make, and they weren't sophisticated enough, the makers of the servers, to do the whole sort of respawning and all the necessary scripting. So there was just nothing there. There was just everything had been pillaged. Every server was just. I could just imagine someone sitting up for the whole weekend or week trying to create the beginnings of their world and these lengthy conversations before someone with a very dunk the monk mindset had come in and just started chopping everyone's head off. So
I originally was playing on like I think they were Lord of the Rings like PvP servers that were kind of like they were PWs that had very light roleplay where you would just be, you know, Gondor or Mordor and fight. I don't even remember the names. I just remember being a half-orc weapon master.
I honestly don't get, like, I sometimes read about, people asking about Neverwinter Nights on Reddit saying, yeah, Prisoners of the Mist, Arelith, they're kind of good, but I really don't want to roleplay. That's kind of weird. It's like, what do you think this is? I mean, it's a role-playing game, clearly. I don't understand the motivation to play a game like this and not roleplay. I mean, I was one of
The
these people.
mechanics aren't good for PvP, so
Sure, but I mean, even when I'm playing like a game that is single player, I kind of role play, and I kind of feel bad if I'm doing anything that's kind of out of character. I don't just want to run around touching all of the things wildly. I want to enter into it and sort of engage with the story and to to feel like I am that person while I play it. You know, so I find it odd when people are like, "Yeah, I like playing Dungeons and Dragons games, but I don't like role playing." Okay, it is actually
all right,
called a
man.
it is actually called a role playing game.
On that note, are we gonna add the nameless one as a random encounter in Avernus and the Grey Wastes? He just shows up and he goes. He doesn't say anything. You just click him, and then your journal updates.
If you want to tackle the planes, you'd be the perfect developer to do so
All right,
because
we're
of
gonna
your
have the nameless
background
one.
in lore.
Maybe we can put Elminster as a random encounter in Avernus, and whoever finds him first is the one that gets to set him free.
Oh, I had a wild idea for playing role play. Now, over the years, I've had lots of ideas for Arelith. Some of them have been good, some of them have been bad. Some of the bad good ones I haven't done. Some of the bad ones I've done anyway. But I had this idea that when going on to to the different planes, the characters have a different astral body in each of the planes. So basically, you would start again when you entered a plane from level 3. You would still be the same person, you'd still have the same identity, but it would be your mind rather than your body moving between these places. And so you would redevelop your character from level 1 on on every plane you visited. So or groups of planes. So if you're level 30 and you decide you want to go to like Sigil, then it's back to low level content for you, and until you've developed up. It was a ridiculous idea, but I still kind of like it. I still kind of like the idea of having a different body on different planes and being
I've
able to.
actually kind of really like the idea of so like a lot of the planes have planar traits, and that basically if you are something that is sympathetic to those traits, you have bonuses, and if you're against them, you have like penalties. Like a lawful good person in the abyss is not going to have a very good time. You actually are weaker. You're. I think that could be kind of interesting.
Yeah, that
Is
does sound
adding
good.
something like that.
The one plane I've actually been most interested in adding is the plane of fire. The city of Brass seems a really interesting location, and it is a location where so I'm getting a bit hoarse now. It's a location where you get travellers coming from other planes, and we have plenty of fire invulnerability magic, and we could have NPCs that sell it there, you know. And yeah, it's a cool location, and Neverwinter Nights is full of
Yeah.
lava-themed content. I really wouldn't mind having the city of doing the city of brass somehow. And
Yeah.
if I was to be able to make another premium module for Neverwinter Nights, which while Tyrants of the Moonsea was really well received, I can't imagine there are going to be any more premium modules for Neverwinter Nights for the reasons I just stated about how it's not the most commercially viable thing. I'd want it to be. I'd love to see something set around the City of Brass with new tile sets that fit it. But yeah, I mean, as I said before, I think Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro want to take Dungeons and Dragons yet further into the mainstream as the fantasy MCU with a movie that's basically going to be Guardians of the Galaxy, but in the Forgotten Realms. I think they want everything to be polished and looking bang up to date, and Neverwinter Nights isn't that.
We need a tile set for the moon. That's what we need.
It'd be pretty easy to make. There's not much up there.
Yeah. Apparently, so Taurillians call the moon Selûne after the goddess of the moon, or the Faerunian ones do. But apparently, the people on the moon call their body Lyra, and they worship the goddess Lyra, who's the goddess of illusion and lies. However, people who know about the after the time of troubles, Cyric tricked, killed, and ate her. So now everyone on the moon is probably chaotic evil. And there's like some murderous anarchy. Like you land on the moon and they're like, "Yeah, we're friendly."
I have to echo Eden's Fall, saying there are people on the moon on the Forgotten
So
Realms.
a lot of the heavenly bodies in the realms actually have people uh living on them. And sentient things that are not necessarily people. Like some of them are like barren rocks and don't have atmosphere. Some have like magical pockets on them that you might think of as like a modern lunar colony, but like there's magic, so they don't need technology. But the moon actually has like an atmosphere, and people live on it. Moon elves in some places, and which is funny, and then humans, largely humans,
Okay.
who are called the Layrans.
So we can make a moon tile set, introduce some moon races, just have this really dull, barren moon world, and instead of banning players, we just move them to the moon server,
And it's just filled with chaotic evil NPCs that attack you constantly.
just have to stay there and be on the moon.
That'd be pretty great.
I'd definitely be down for that if it didn't involve making lots more areas. Not that I mind making areas, but it's all about making the areas I want to. So okay, that took ages, but you can see here I put down all of these traps. But there are only a few traps if you follow the safe route, which
I will be right back.
goes through the middle door up here and then here. This room is difficult to reach, but you can get through it here. I would actually put a secret door there instead. Now, we don't have many secret doors on Arelith. We should have more. It seems just an obvious oversight. Mostly I've done them with concealed placeables, but the toolset itself does have a secret door function. Let me show you one. I'm going to be giving something away here to players that are watching, but there were some complaints about the troglodyte dungeon I added being too dangerous with traps, but there are safe routes. So let me find it. What is it called? Troglodyte Stronghold. Let me show you how this works. Oh, I've probably gone a little quiet because I moved the microphone away from my mouth. Maybe because I was drinking and self-conscious about it. Maybe just because I'm getting tired. Oh, I don't want to look at the lower stronghold. I want to look at the upper stronghold. So, okay, if you're watching, you're going to see where there's a secret door. You should be discovering it in game. But I made this area and I saw some feedback saying, yeah, well, it's kind of just trolling people with traps because, you know, they can't be avoided. You see these blue squares here, these are the pit traps that send you into the shark pit. But what is this? If you go down here, you have one trap to get over. But in the back of this room, this is something default in Neverwinter Nights, there is a trigger. Secret door trigger. Now, the way this door trigger works, and this is in the palette, in the standard palette, I believe. Where you use a placeable and a door, but we're using a trigger. So let me just show you where this is. Just find it. Secret object, presumably. Secret door and secret door trigger. I guess it's this. And it has instructions on it. It's all documented. Just see if I remember this correctly. Comments. This is the trapdoor that will be created when the hidden door trigger determines that the door has been found. See comments on the trigger for how to use. So the secret door trigger is, I'm pretty sure it's a placeable. There's a few different types.
Isn't it a placeable under the triggers?
No,
Like
I'm not sure it is. I can have a look, but I'm pretty sure it isn't. But maybe I'm wrong.
secret object trigger?
I'm pretty sure it's a placeable. Because it's a listening object, it's not a trigger that you step on. Maybe. Yeah, oh, they've changed it a bit here. That's why I'm confused by it. It's been obviously been updated a little because this didn't used to be it. Let's just have a look. Nope. I am sure it's replaceable. But where it is, I'm not sure.
Doors so secret that they're hidden even in the palette.
Well, they've changed the palette around a bit with recent updates. Containers and switches. So it's kind of a bit confusing. There are a lot of there are a lot of entries in odd places, like windows that are in miscellaneous and not in building adornments alongside all of the others. Well, basically the way it works is it has it requires a search test. You can set the search value, and the door appears where the where the invisible object is. Here it is, the secret door trigger, hidden wall door trigger. So it's called hidden wall door trigger. It's somewhere in there, presumably in triggers. But anyway, I can read the comments here. Hidden wall door trigger. Make a waypoint that has a tag of DST underscore tag of the trigger, and when the user opens and uses the door, they will be moved to that location. That's what these waypoints are. The reflex save is the distance in meters that the players can find the hidden door from. The reflex save of that waypoint. The willpower save is the DC of finding the door. So, in this case, go to the properties of the door. We use a trigger for it because it's a heartbeat script and will cause performance issues on a server the size of ours. But yeah, the reflex save here is 10, so that's the distance they could find the door. The willpower save is the DC of finding the door, so 22 DC of finding this door. If you step on this trigger, it will check to see if you pass that check. If that appears, the door will appear, and you can step through it and come out here, avoiding many of the traps that I mentioned. And here is another one, which will allow you to step through here, avoiding these traps. Then you can go around this way or come through here, step through this opening into the final area and go down the stairs, avoiding many of the traps. So yeah, I'm going to emulate that in this dungeon that I'm adding now. So to save myself time, I'm just going to copy this whole thing over, then just change the values accordingly. So let me go back to where I was, explain what I mean. So this room has no safe route to it. It's full of traps to try and get there. I mean, you could try and overcome them, step around them, it is possible, but you can get to this room more easily. So I'm going to put a secret door in the back of this room leading to this room. So just makes a route that avoids trying to avoid all of these epic traps.
See that trap over there? You can avoid it. It just works.
You can step around traps, but another good thing there is these traps that you have to step around. They're another thing that stops parties with summons. If you're walking around with tons of summons, then you're going to have problems in an area like that. You'll need to tell the summons to stand back while you gingerly make your way through. Actually, I need to add a few more of those traps there. So this stream has been going on for ages now. I should consider stopping just to spare everyone, but I'll do a little bit more first.
I actually had a bit of a non sequitur question about the boss script, where like it generates like the little bosses as you go. I think that was made by Scholar Midnight, right?
Yeah, it was.
The naming lists in that, is that moddable?
Yes, it is moddable, but we haven't modded it. But definitely it is. There is a list of potential names for every creature type, and you see it when you select these creatures, and you try and you choose a random name. Um, like if you play a halfling and you click on the random name button, I believe a list of name exists for all of the creatures. So yeah, that is moddable, I am told.
Would you ever want that improved or diversified?
Yeah, of course, it's dreadful.
All right, because I've been seeing. Okay, honestly, it's been like 7 times now I have seen Quim as a name, and I'm like, ooh, why does this keep happening?
Yeah, there are some things with the developer. Sorry,
I don't even think it's like
it's funny.
I noticed a lot of the names are sort of like Gaelic-y. Maybe that has to do with it.
Yeah, there are some parts of the Neverwinter Nights development that I just kind of find lazy. You know, you think about what a big deal this game was when it was coming out. You know, the games it was following on from. Um, that there are some things I just don't understand why they didn't do, or why they didn't think, this is a problem. You know, for one thing, having just one dungeon tile set. I mean, the game's called Dungeons and Dragons. You're going to spend a lot of the time in dungeons, and they released the game with one dungeon tile set full of tiny doors so big monsters can't get through, with this lava theme. Like every dungeon has to have lava. You can't avoid it. Um, it's not a tile option. There's lava thrown through the walls. There's lava everywhere, and it was their only dungeon tile set. And you talk about the names not being great. It's just one of a list of things that I don't really understand why that wasn't better. The number one thing for me is why they didn't put a stealth animation on the characters. They knew this was a multiplayer game. They knew stealth was an option. And there is no way, other than the greyed out name, which is incredibly lazy, to see if someone is trying to stealth. Like, you just walk along normally. It it beggars belief that they didn't say we need a stealth animation for the models, for the character models. And we still have problems with that, on Arelith. People stealthing and just walking normally. The game would have been hugely improved. Also, in regards to the story, when you see an NPC stealthing near you, like, oh, this person's trying to sneak up on me, but they didn't bother, and I don't get it. I really don't. It seems to be so obvious, and like I said earlier, this is a game that came out the same year as Morrowind, with everything that had. Not having stealth doesn't make sense to me.
need to do is get that phenotype / animation of people crawling, and we should just make that stealth. So anytime you go into stealth, you're just crawling on the ground. But also the Rugrats theme plays.
I don't know. I mean, just someone like a bit sort of hunched over, walking with their arms, but it just would be easy, you know.
I can't remember. Did that happen in Neverwinter Nights too?
I never played Neverwinter Nights 2. I was so angry that they made a Neverwinter Nights 2. I refused to play it. You know, when Neverwinter Nights wasn't finished, which it clearly wasn't, and still had so much potential, and these servers were just being built and the communities were getting established, that they thought, okay, we'll make an entirely different game now and try and get people to buy that, you know.
And it wasn't even made in-house. It was another one of those, hey, Obsidian, you want to make a game?
And
like
to be
with
fair,
Bethesda.
they were really good at it, but no, I was mad. I was mad about that.
If you ever picked it up, the main storyline is bad, but the other ones are actually good. They're actually cool stories. Mask of the Betrayer is amazing.
Well, Mask of the Betrayer is obviously I work for Ossian, or did, and may do again in future, and that's an Ossian thing, I recall.
Yeah. And Storm of Zahir was actually also really good, which was set sort of in the precipice of 4th edition, and it actually is sort of the origin of Set joining the Farunian pantheon through the Yuan-Ti. It's kind of based around that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been spoiled by Arelith over the years to the point that I can't really play single-player role-playing games very easily without wondering where everyone is, wondering where everyone else is. It's like, you know, this is nice, but I want to do it with other people.
Dionysus, wow. Dionysus had 6 or 7 copies of Neverwinter Nights 2. That's what got him into D&D.
Why have more than one copy?
It might be like, I mean, like with me with Neverwinter Nights, I kept losing my CD keys. Eventually, I got the Diamond Edition, which was all on one DVD, and I was like, all right, I'm thinking I'm back.
Yeah, I don't doubt that there are elements of it that were good. It just upset me that they did that they created Neverwinter Nights 2. But, you know, I think when people are talking about Neverwinter Nights and its impact, you know, the real success story, the real Neverwinter Nights game success story was Knights of the Old Republic. That wasn't, I mean, that is closely related to Neverwinter Nights and was much more successful. is currently, it was announced the other day, being remade.
What's being remade?
Knights of the Old Republic Star Wars
Oh
game
yeah.
that basically, was using the Neverwinter Nights engine. It was,
Mhm.
same I mean, they're like, it was basically a sequel to Neverwinter Nights, but Star Wars. Now,
Yep.
I've read a fair bit about it, and we certainly have its. That's why we have some of the models on Arelith,
Yeah.
because it's basically the same game, the same engine, and yeah, it's getting a remake, which a lot of people are excited about.
Dragon Age Origins, Jade Empire, and the first Witcher are all in Aurora engine.
Yeah, we see a lot of Witcher placeables as well. I've kind of they look really nice, but they seem to me to be often just too good quality to use. They just
Yeah.
don't match the theme. When I had to make all our new hack placeables, not make all our new hack, choose all our new hack placeables, I had to look through thousands of placeables, but it wasn't about choosing the best. It became about choosing the ones that matched most closely our yeah our server, the
Yeah, you don't
current Neverwinter Nights.
you don't want stuff jumping out too much.
That's the
Like the
problem.
community expansion pack is like it's like really cool. It's like everyone can be, but like everything in it, some of it's like imported stuff from other games that just doesn't look good.
Yeah, side by side with Neverwinter Nights, and that Neverwinter Nights, the art does kind of have a charm. So
Yeah.
I find it's something I find quite hard when I see some area work made with hacks from elsewhere. It's like the things that you have on display, they just don't go together. They don't look natural next to one another. It immediately looks sort of confusing. It's kind of sore on the eye, despite the fact it's using some incredible models. I'll give an example actually from our tool set, from one of the hacks that I chose, because I didn't just choose hack models. In some cases, I asked for them to be changed. Um, and Anatida would go away and change the textures based upon what I wanted and come back to me. So let's have a look at this 4-poster bed. Here we are. Now, this is clearly a really nice placeable, and it's a nice thing to have in some of our rooms. But the wood texture was really detailed, and it just didn't look right. So I said, sure, we can have that, but I need all the wood replaced to look like Neverwinter Nights would. And that's why we have the one that you're looking at now on the stream. If you look at the one on the Vault or elsewhere, it's using a different wooden texture that, while clearly superior, doesn't match the theme of Neverwinter Nights. So I think that might even be a Witcher placeable itself.
I think it is. I'm actually really surprised that not much of Jade Empire has been imported over um, in the vaults.
I don't actually know Jade Empire.
Jade Empire is a pretty good like RPG. It has a really interesting, it's kind of based in a fantastic wuxia kind of setting. Um, it's got John Cleese in it, briefly as a foreigner. He's like some conquistador-looking English stereotype
Oh,
man,
that's cool.
but it's just another very very good BioWare RPG,
I saw John
and it
Cleese perform last year.
Oh my.
Well, I say perform. It was more him just sort of sitting down and talking. But it was interesting. I mean, it's hard to talk about John Cleese without getting into politics, but let's say he's not the respected figure that he once was, and it's made him a bit kind of defensive, I guess. Um, I think something you see, something one can see quite often as people get older. It's hard for people to come to you and say that you're offending them when what for you was entirely normal no longer is, and that becomes something to struggle with. And with John Cleese, he's a fantastic comedian, fantastic history of writing and performing, but yeah, you could say that he is something of a casualty of the what we could broadly call the culture wars, and that made watching him just a little bit uncomfortable because, yeah, naturally he's defensive with that. So it's taken me a while to set up this door because I'm trying to remember how it's done. I only did this once before. So I need to make sure that characters aren't going to get trapped. But I quite like the idea of having secret doors that work this way now, rather than me trying to hide them, behind bookcases and the like. So see how that works. So the idea of putting the secret door here is just to give players a chance not to have to risk all of those traps. As part of the tuition videos I would like to do for the toolset starting from scratch, I'd like to do a video where I review all of the tile sets, give my opinion of them, but also say like tricks you can use with them. Things you can do to get the most out of them, because that is often the challenge. It's often the challenge when working with the Neverwinter Nights toolset is to take an area you've used 20 times elsewhere and do something new with it that's going to feel fresh to players, like they're not repeating things. And some of that stuff is only known to few people. So something that you'll come across quite a lot that I will do a video on is tile splicing. This allows you to take individual tiles and individual parts of groups and create something unusual. You're not supposed to be
Eldritch
able to do it.
abominations.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you've seen it elsewhere. You have to sort of press buttons in a certain way, copy a part of a group, like maybe a quarter of a building, and then allow you to put it together. It's a bit tricky. It doesn't work on any tile set. It can yield some real results, but there was one example of a tile set that it didn't work with, where I did something a little bit different, which I'll show in a minute before I stop the stream. I'm a bit too sleepy to make a good show of this. So I'll get this.
I think you did it with Sibiad's Arena.
Artos did it with Sibiad's
Okay,
Arena. The best example of my doing it would probably be the Radiant Heart. I made a really large building there, much larger than is normally supported on Neverwinter Nights, by splicing a smaller building again and again and using bits of it to create a larger one, and then blocking the holes up with rubble. But no, I'm going to talk about an area where I didn't use tile splicing, where tile splicing wouldn't work, and I achieved something that I think I might even have been the first person ever to achieve it. I was certainly talking to, I believe it was the lead dev of the excellent server Escape from the Underdark, and we were sort of exchanging notes, and I showed him what I'd done here, and he'd certainly never heard of it. At least it might. I don't want to quote the wrong person. It might have been someone else. I may be misremembering. But yeah, I'll show you in just a minute the area in question and what I did. Okay, that secret door is now done. That is me done with the Formian Dungeon. So obviously not finish the dungeon, but certainly for tonight. I'll probably stream more of this tomorrow, but like I did today, it won't be with Q&A. It will just be me having music on and quietly working. It's school holidays for the next 2 weeks, the first week of which I'm at home, so I have a fair bit of time, albeit with lots of children in the house. So let me show you. I'm going to call this area delete. Actually, I'm going to call it _AA delete. I'm calling it _AA delete because then it ends up at the top of my list there, so I can easily find it and delete it later. But okay, here we are. The Beholder tile set. One of the worst ones in Neverwinter Nights. The shapes are nice, but it has almost no utility because there are no features, there are only 3 groups, and the terrain is literally just these tunnels. And that's all. That's all you can do. You could just do tunnels. Or you can do a big room like that. Or you can do that. Or that. Tile splicing won't work here. Now this leaves you pretty limited. I say it's one of the worst tile sets. I mean, it's not bad. I like the art of it, but there's nothing to do with it. So this
looks like a very strange emoji that was winking.
So let me see if I can remember this. It's a while since I did it, and I got to this by experimenting. So was it the pit room or the pillar room? Probably the pillar room. But let me see. Actually, I'm going to put it in here. So, this was what I discovered I could do. Environment. Edit, resize area. You can see it's happened here. Watch what happens when I take one tile off. Okay, suddenly I have a bit of floor without a pit. Let's resize the area again. Look at that. Let's expand the area. Again. Now I have continuous floor. Let's rotate the area. Now let's shrink the area again. now I have totally flat the floor that the tile set doesn't have. I now have the floor. And now let's make it large. So there we are. Arelith's Lower Dark. A chance to do something with a tile set that wasn't intended without using any hacks or funny tricks. And I can now put walls around. So that was how the Lower Dark was made, and is probably the most impressive thing I've done as far as taking a tile set and doing something new with it. Because this is something you, unless you follow those steps I just did, you know, reducing and rotating areas until you manage to artificially create this flat floor, then, you know, this isn't possible. And before hacks, this was how I effectively created what was a new tile set. Because, you know, this allowed me to make the Lower Dark. So, yeah, it's
The Bear Grylls of development.
Yeah, I mean, people I've talked to that, you know, work on other servers and real professionals, they hadn't figured out you could do this either. You know, it was it was a really, really cool thing, and it was really important for me because the Underdark was so impossible to do anything new for these really alien-looking Lower Dark chambers, because we'd just been using the same tile set again and again and again. And so I used tile magic to create pools of lava, did this, and now I show you the finished area. The caverns of the Lower Dark were all the areas where I did this. You won't see the lava pools, but you can see the shore around them. I used VFX on a lot of these mushrooms to make them grow. Pillars and crystals. I wanted to have something that was really, really colourful, really weird looking. I wanted to have a Lower Dark that really felt like something new.
I actually want to see more like glowing mushrooms and stuff throughout the Underdark to add some color to it, just in general. Because, like, apparently that's sort of what nature looks like down there. And then people, like, walk up to it and die because it's poisonous.
One thing I will say is that if you play down, like you can see, if you play down here, and you're wondering why is this opening blocked with mushrooms, like why is this not just closed off? It's because I artificially created the floor. You can't add floor anywhere. Once I place down a wall, I can't erase it. If you understand what I mean, there's no floor option. I can't click erase and have that wall disappear. So I needed to leave openings in case I ever wanted to expand the area later. And if I have openings already in place, I then needed to block them up. So this whole area these areas are littered with these openings with mushrooms or rocks in, because of the way that I made these areas. Oh, and it crashed when opening that. Wow, okay. That is a proper crash. It's kind of cool. See if I can close that area without the whole tool set crashing. Okay, this isn't looking good. It's quite funky, but okay. I hope I saved not long ago. I think I did. I'll save again, but this time I will save it as Arelith Underdark. Just really anything at all. Hopefully when I open it that will be fixed. This bug you're seeing here, where all the placeables from a previous area end up sort of over the top of an existing area, I have seen before, and it's another bug related to opening areas in different tabs. I suspect that saving it will fix it, but if not, I just go back to the last one I saved. Okay, so that must be an epically long stream. I think it's time I turned it off and got some sleep. Just check Twitch one last time. Okay.
Also, before you close down the tool set, do you think I could get those areas?
The lower dark areas.
No, the ones I requested the other day.
Oh, those areas.
Yeah.
No, they're not on this. They're not on this
Okay.
module. They're on the cities and plains module. So
Okay, it could be tomorrow or whenever.
Yeah. Before I start work, I'll try and open it tomorrow and extract those areas. I just
Thank you,
I
sir.
know that if I open another module, I will get too tempted to start tinkering with it.
Don't do it.
But okay, I'm going to end the streams now. First of all, on Twitch. So just 2 viewers remaining there after I think a peak of 8 or something, or 9. Certainly a lot less than we had on the Discord. So goodbye to anyone watching on Twitch.